councillors, officers and members of the public to the meeting of the planning committee. Reminder, to switch your mobile phones off. Silent. There are members of the public and press attending
You still those bottom, so that.
Yeah.
We think
It's just checking the sound for those attending virtually. Give us the thumbs up in the middle. Happy. Please. Yeah, we're here. Can you hear? All okay? Thank you very much.
Want me to continue the well?
Just recap. Last 30 seconds.
So apologies for anybody who couldn't hear the audio on those earnings. Just to recap, the update was that the application, this is resubmission of an earlier application, this is a slightly different citing of the development. The application there was an application deferred in February 25 for a site visit and alternative site assessment, a site visit in March 2025, subsequent application, well, the earlier application withdrawn. This is a subsequent application looking at slight reciting. And then just in terms of an update to the report, we've issued a new 5-year housing land supply statement that now says we have 4.61 years, which is a slight decline on what the earlier statement from last year gave. So the position is that we do not have a 5-year housing land supply. The weighting that's afforded to that will be very, very similar to the earlier figure when you're going through. The key being with this site is obviously there, as I go through the presentation, there is a footnote to paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework that deals with tilted balance when you don't have a 5-year housing land supply. That means it's, that's a material factor to this case. Just a further update, we've had no new representations or consultation comments since the report was published. And here today to speak in relation to this application, we have invited both Stephen Reed, the county for Devon County's Historic Environment Service, who's going to do a short presentation as part of my presentation. I'll then invite Catherine Marlowe from Historic England, who will address the committee. And we've also got Simon Prideaux here from our Housing Enabling team, should there be any questions for him as well, as part of the sort of question section of the committee. So moving along to the location plan. So this is the new location of the development. The earlier site was orientated sort of running east to west, fronting the road frontage. So it now runs obviously parallel with the kind of farmstead boundary there, with more of a north to south orientation. Put that into context on an aerial map, which shows you its location in relation to other surrounding development. And then just that wider context, you will hear an awful lot about Braunton Greatfield this morning, showing you its location in relation to that. So these are just some photographs from the ground. These are views looking to the south across the site. And just looking at the western field boundary that lies against Broadlands Farm itself. And that's just the view across to the open field and the boundaries of that field itself. And then that's the where the current access to the field is from Saunton Road. So I could introduce Stephen Reed to come and do a short presentation for you on in relation to the historical context of the Greatfield.
So this is, you'll be pleased to know, this is an abridged version of the presentation I gave to you last time. But it's a summary of the reasons why we have concerns about the development. So Braunton Greatfield is probably one of the finest and greatest of the 3 open field systems that are operating in Britain. The field system was created in probably the 9th century before the Norman Conquest. And the strip fields are first recorded in the 13th century. Now, this is a really rare survival of a medieval landscape poking out through and surviving the modern agricultural landscape. This is a tracing of the tithe map from the mid-19th century, and it shows the extent of the field system, the open field system. Lots of those open bits have been closed, but you can see the great field as we know it there surviving, but you can see that whole landscape was covered with strip fields that were enclosed probably 700 to 500 years ago. So most of these field systems were lost across the country between 700 and 400 years ago as those fields were enclosed. And while this development is located within an enclosed part of the Great Field, that is still a medieval field system that is a rare survival, and elsewhere where they survive as enclosed field systems, they are preserved and conserved in the landscape. So we've got the sites like this at Clewmartin and at Sheepwash, where these field systems still survive on the outskirts of those settlements. So these enclosed fields, they form the setting of the Great Field. The Great Field is not just the open bit, it is the great open parts plus the enclosures on the around surrounding the landscape. And given this sort of rarity of the survival of this type of landscape, medieval landscape, great weight needs to be given to its conservation. These types of open field systems are rarer than Roman villas, prehistoric henge sites, burial mounds, all these sort of sites. And so our concern is that in this situation, great weight needs to be given to its conservation and preservation. Next, this sort of shows the location of the realigned development. And while it is in alignment with the strip fields that we can see in the Great Field, it is still development within the Great Field. It's still introducing a built element into an agricultural flat landscape. It's either pasture or agricultural fields. It is probably less disruptive than previous iteration where the right angles and running parallel to the main road, but it is still intrusion and building in an agricultural landscape. The Great Field and its surroundings and settings is protected in the local plan policy. You can see the red blob shows the proposed development, but if you notice up in the top left-hand side, there's an area that's excluded. Now, in previous iterations of the local plan, this was included in the area protected as part of the Braunton Great Field and its setting. If we go on to the next one, this is what that top corner looks like. The development will be here, the farm here, and some dwellings there, but they're all sort of aligning and with the existing field system, the medieval field system. But if we move on to the next one, we've lost this top corner of the northwest corner of the Great Field through the development of, I think they're houses or they're old place. So this area is now excluded from protection in the policy of the local plan, and development here will mean you're going to have to exclude another part of the Great Field because it's going to be built on. And then it becomes a question of, is this a death by 1,000 cuts of the Great Field and its setting? If this field is compromised, what's the next step would be more houses, perhaps, in our mind. And next one. And in generally, the National Planning Policy Framework document, it says that local authorities should proposals to preserve those elements and setting that make a positive contribution to the heritage asset, which better reveal its significance, should be treated favourably. Now, the building of houses here doesn't treat that heritage asset favourably. It doesn't enhance it. It doesn't conserve it. It doesn't do anything to the setting. You probably distract from it. And your own local plan says great weight will be given to the desirability of preserving and enhancing Northern Devon's historic environment by conserving the historic dimension of the landscape. Building here, our advice would be, is not preserving that landscape. And also conserving cultural, built, historic, archaeological features of national and local importance and their setting, including those not formally designated. And the Great Field is not designated as a designated heritage asset. It's not a listed building, it's not a scheduled monument, but it is of equal significance in planning terms to a nationally important designated heritage asset. And I think that's really our comments on this.
So Catherine Marlowe from Historic England is now going to come and address the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. My name is Catherine Marlowe and I am here representing Historic England. I am one of 2 development advice team leaders for the South West region and have worked in the heritage field in Devon for over 25 years. Historic England is the expert heritage advisor for England. We protect and champion the historic environment through listening, scheduling, registering processes, and by commenting on proposals for change. We are very aware of the local housing need and the pressure that communities like those in Braunton are experiencing. We support the provision of affordable housing, but in the right location. In this instance, we are concerned that it has not been proven that this location is the only one available. Whilst the application says that others have been considered and rejected, detailed information on this has not been provided. In the absence of this evidence, the harm that the development would cause is simply not justified. Braunton Greatfield, as Steve has already said, is one of only 3 remaining medieval land field systems left in Britain. And your own council has recognised its importance in its own local plan policies. Whilst the land is not formally designated as a scheduled site, we have explained in our advice that it has equivalent importance. The reason it isn't scheduled is because it isn't necessary to protect it when it is being used for its original agricultural purpose, i.e. agriculture, farming. And because existing North Devon District Council local and national planning policies protect sites like this already. We respectfully ask that the Planning Committee considers whether all other potential sites that do not impact on the Great Field and that would avoid causing this harm have been definitively ruled out before accepting this location. In our opinion, the application has not proven that this is the case. We've read the planning officer's report on this application and completely support their careful balance of the various planning issues and their conclusions. In particular, their emphasis that this landscape should be treated as if it were a scheduled monument. We therefore ask you to refuse the application to protect this highly significant landscape and that the applicants are encouraged to pursue alternative locations for the new housing. And finally, I would just like to apologise. I need to be back in Bristol by 1 o'clock. So if I leave abruptly, I'm very sorry about that. But I know that Steve has additional time to answer any of your questions, and I will stay for as long as I can. Thank you.
Moving on to the main considerations in relation to the application and summarising these. As a permission in principle, you will be aware from the previous application, there's a kind of it's a lighter touch application that's looking at those kind of higher level principles in relation to the location of the development, the land use that's being proposed, and the amount of development proposed. There's technical matters such as highway access design and things like that that are reserved for a secondary application should the permission in principle application be successful. So that does require a principle development. Obviously, it does require you to refer back to the principal development policies within the North Devon and Torridge local plan. This is a site outside of any defined development boundary in what we would term to be countryside, albeit it is adjacent to the development boundary for Braunton, which is on the adjacent side of Thornton Road. At the moment, we are unable demonstrate 5-year housing land supply. As I mentioned earlier, the site itself, because of its historic and archaeological significance, is included in the footnote 7 of the NPPF at paragraph 11D, which specifically excludes these areas from the tilted balance being applied. So whilst it's material that we don't have 5-year housing land supply, and that paragraph exists in this instance because of the protections afforded to the site, you are not, dealing with a tilted balance argument. It is, looking at what those conflicts with policy are and making a traditional kind of planning balance argument. So our housing policies are considered to be out of date, but the tilted balance doesn't specifically apply to this application. So the application in terms of the type of development is the 9 social rent units with a local occupancy restriction. Members will be aware that Braunton and wider North Devon has got quite an acute housing need. I think the latest Devon Home Choice figures for Braunton, which were July 2025, showed that there were 83 people on the Devon Home Choice register in need of affordable housing. Such significant weight is afforded to the provision of affordable housing in this site, and from a locational perspective, purely looking at sustainable travel modes, being able to get from A to B and access services and facilities. The site is, a level sort of relatively short distance into the centre of Braunton. There's a school on Saunton Park estate, so it is in terms of walking and cycling and those sorts of things, a sustainable location. But then that brings us on to the wider constraints of the area. My apologies, the site area box in red is from the earlier application on this one, and realise I haven't swapped the slides around. So just envisage it's going north-south instead of east-west. The constraints are what make this site difficult for the provision of housing and affordable housing. So this is obviously Stephen Reid has obviously shown you this slide. It shows you that the site is both within the Greatfield, which is a designated asset. It is within Heritage Coast, and it is something defined as local green space in our local plan. And these protections go to great lengths to preserve that archaeological significance of the Greatfield, and its sort of cultural links to farming and agriculture, both on a North Devon scale and obviously on a wider scale because of the importance that's being afforded to it. So this is where the balance comes in with, the significant benefits of affordable housing, but also you have to balance them against something that the policies are telling you are afforded great weight in terms of heritage, and cultural protections and the protection of the setting, which is both a landscape setting and a historic landscape setting in this instance. So again, the Braunton neighbourhood plan, one of the two obviously neighbourhood plans that we've got adopted within in North Devon district, again goes to great lengths to also enable affordable housing through its policies, but also safeguard those assets that belong to Braunton as a parish that make it unique, both in it, its setting within a wider rural landscape, and in a highly sensitive landscape. Further to that, we've got our kind of local policies in relation to the strategic policy for enhancing environmental assets. So it's very much, the underlines here are sort of highlighting to you the language that is used: protect and enhance. Taking into account the key characteristics and the historical dimension. Does development in the Greatfield meet those requirements? And particularly the undeveloped coast. So that'll link into policy STO 9, for which I cited an appeal decision in the report for you. STO 9, identifies this as an area of undeveloped coast, and the objective there is to protect and enhance that landscape designation. That sort of expands on that. And this is where the alternative sites test comes in, because it, as you'll see there highlighted, is required, siting is required because it cannot reasonably be located outside of the undeveloped coast. So members have been presented as Part B agenda items, so private and confidential, the list of alternative sites, the CLT Trust have also been exploring. And obviously for reasons that I've expanded on within the report, officers do not consider that to be an exhaustive list. We haven't seen any evidence of kind of land values being obtained and an assessment of whether there is, affordability. Some of them haven't been pursued, in terms of pre-application advices and things like that. So there are reasons why we still consider that this isn't the only site that has potential to be developed, as well as the first part of that policy that requires development not to detract from the unspoiled character, appearance and tranquility of the area.
This was bounds today.
And hopefully that should be a bit better. And then that brings us on to our general landscape policies, the DM policies with the plan. Again, similar language, looking at both designated and undesignated landscapes, avoiding adverse landscape harm, maintaining character and appearance of distinctive landscape qualities. Actually, within this instance, we have got a landscape quality which isn't an open, a wider open field system where you do experience views in the locality, which members would have seen on the site visit. You don't have to go very far within Braunton to get an elevated view of the Great Field itself. And you can clearly see where this site is in the context of that wider landscape setting. So hopefully it will be well with the technology. This is just a drone video showing you sort of above the site as it goes round, just to put into context. The two enclosed fields there and the two beyond that Steve explained in his presentation, and then obviously the wider Great Field, and then that clearly defines difference between what is the developed part of Braunton settlement boundary on the adjacent side of the Saunton Road, and obviously where the development is proposed. That's panning round the Saunton Park development there. And this is bringing you back and show you those the holiday lets and the farmstead, that is Broadman's farm itself next to the site. And then to put that in context from where some of the views are on the sort of on the edge of Braunton, where you get those open and expansive views out towards the coast across the Great Field. So this is a video taken from some hill slopes behind Saunton Park, looking out towards the Great Field. Just hover the mouse, that's Broadlands Farm there, and the development would be roughly in here. You may want to show you that in context with wider countryside setting. And then that's just a still from the from that location as well. So then moving on to specifically to the heritage policy. So we've dealt with what are the heritage coasts and those sort of protections, landscape protections. Then we're looking specifically at the heritage protection. So they're interrelated, but they come under different policy headings. But again, that's our strategic heritage asset policy. Again, same sort of language as you have seen along and throughout in the report around preserving and enhancing, looking at conserving the historic dimension of the landscape. And then our sort of development management policy that specifically deals with the kind of day-to-day applications where we're considering heritage assets. And again, I've just highlighted a bit there. And again, sorry to be a bit policy heavy, but it does go right up to the national planning policy framework, where again, they're pointing us to that great weight and importance of conserving the heritage asset. And where you're dealing with, in this case, which we consider as officers to be substantial harm to the setting of the heritage asset because of the location of development. You need to balance that with the potential public benefits. And whilst we have given weight to, significant weight to the provision of affordable housing, there are a number of policy conflicts within the local plan that we consider as offers to be of a weight and importance that it would not balance those significant benefits in terms of the affordable housing. Then just moving on, so more to the kind of land use issues related to this application. It sometimes seems like a minor one, but we do have an agricultural land classification on all our agricultural land in the district, and a policy that links directly back to that. In ST14, that looks at conserving, best and most versatile agricultural land. This is an area that's in the blue, which is very good, and there is a small loss of it. So I think you'll see within the report we've attributed a lesser amount of harm to that, but it is a conflict with a policy within the plan. And then something that's arisen as a result of the new location of the site, running in that east-west, north to south orientation adjacent to the farm, is that there is a working farm next door, and our environmental health officers have picked up that there could be a potential conflict between business activities on the working farm and obviously having housing directly adjacent to that. Any of you are familiar with working farms. Obviously there's noise and things associated with that, but you will have odours, you will have flies and things like that. So they're all things that environmental health kind of have drawn out in their consultation response, which is a relevant consideration as part of the PIP, because if you can't mitigate those impacts, then the development just shouldn't be in that location. So as I say, main consideration in the determination of the application. Obviously, we've looked at those throughout the presentation and the report. In summary, the location of the development is in a highly sensitive setting in terms of both landscape constraints, heritage coast constraints, and then the wider heritage asset constraints as an undesignated heritage asset of national significance. The policy is, affording both great weight and importance to that, and points us, as a number of policy conflicts on those bases. Then also got the policy conflicts in relation to the agricultural land classification, and the amenity issues that have arisen, which form the refusal reasons that are detailed on the report. Obviously, for those reasons, the recommendation unfortunately is one of refusal in this instance.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, and in particular, thank you to Stephen Reid and Catherine Marlowe for their input. If I was to be going to Bristol, I would allow myself a couple of hours, which means you've got 20 minutes or so left. You would normally go to the registered speakers next, but that's going to take that 20 minutes. So with permission for the committee, if anyone has a question for Catherine Marlowe, I would suggest that you should ask it now, otherwise she will have left. Does anyone have a question for Marlowe? Got one question from Councillor Reid.
I take it is relevant to you. What I'm asking is this rate field currently being farmed under the strip farming system? And if not, what makes that different from all the other open field systems around the UK, outside our old medieval towns and villages, which obviously still exist there? What makes this different from all those?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, I think the most appropriate person to answer this is Steve. So I'm going to pass the microphone to him, if I may, because he has more detailed knowledge of archaeological farming practices.
Excellent delegation.
It is an enclosed part of the field, of the open field system. It forms part of the setting of the open field. The open field is very important because it's one of only 3 in England that are still farmed like this. The one on Portland is a scheduled monument, so it's protected, naturally important, and this, because of its rare survival, should be given that same level of importance or significance as a scheduled monument affecting it. The enclosed fields around the northern part were probably enclosed, 700 to 500 years ago. They are still important, and where those sort of fields exist elsewhere, like at Sheepwash and Combe Martin, they are protected again in local plan policies as well. So yeah, but this is really, the development here is really in the setting of the open part of the open field, but within the medieval strip fields around that open part.
Are you happy, councillor Brilliant, with that response?
No, it didn't really answer my question actually, because it's not been strip farmed. And like I'm saying, across the UK, we've got exactly the same situations outside every medieval town. So what makes this extra special that it needs to be preserved when it's not been strip farmed?
It's not being strip farmed probably because it's not in the open part of the Great Field, but nevertheless, it's within a medieval field system that elsewhere in the county and in the country is protected generally. We tend not to disturb and to rip out our medieval field systems where they survive. They tend to be sort of treasured and form part of the historic landscape around our historic settlements.
Okay, thank you. If anyone else has a question, I don't see any hands, so we'll go back to a normal process. And next we have individuals registered to speak. First, we have the parish council representative, Steve Crowther, please. And I really would ask you to stick to your 3 minutes, and I'll try and give you a prod when you get close. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm representing Henton Parish Council. Henton Parish Council is fully in support of this proposal. Henton contains a considerable proportion of the social and affordable housing stock of the Braunton and Rafton Township. Continues to contribute more with every successive development along the A361.
Sorry, can we just stop you there? Is everyone able to hear this okay? Because I've got
Are you not?
a bit of feedback going on.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
That is better, yeah. And if you go a little bit closer to the microphone for us, please, and we'll start you again.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Henton Parish Council. Henton Parish Council is in support of this proposal. Henton contains a considerable proportion of the social and affordable housing stock of the Braunton and Rafton Township, and continues to contribute more with every successive development along the A361. But it is painful to see how inefficient the open market mechanism is in providing social and affordable housing for the increasing number of local people in need. At the historic rate of affordable housing viability, we would have to allow the building of up to 50 open market homes in order to achieve these 9 affordable units. It is galling that the desperate need of communities to obtain social and affordable housing is constantly held to ransom by developers to drive up their land availability and their profits. The rural exception site mechanism has been shown throughout the country to be ineffective because of the lack of landowners and builders willing to commit to it when there are more lucrative options available. But it is the only mechanism which allows a community to acquire the dedicated social housing it desperately needs without massive additional land loss. From a local perspective, the Great Field is described as Braunton's jewel in the crown. Can anyone tell me where there is a sign pointing to it? I've lived here for 18 years, and I can't recall ever seeing one. I believe that this development could actually improve on that situation by providing at least some overt recognition of and public access to this jewel without intruding upon it or harming it in any actual material respect. The suggested harms are deemed to be that this development would detract from the unspoilt character of the undeveloped coast, which in the light of its location, as you've just seen through the drone footage, is quite a stretch. And that you'll be able to see it from the Great Field or in your eye line when looking towards the Great Field, presumably from a position above the 500 houses Salton Park. While those are perfectly proper technical grounds in landscape planning terms, they are in this case a bit of a box ticking nonsense. Councillors, a CPRE study last year showed that to house all of those on the current waiting list for rural social housing at the current rate of viability driven, affordable and social housing build would take 90 years. It is ensuring that 9 Braunton families in need are able to find affordable homes for social rent really less important than ensuring that nothing happens in an acre of land next to the Great Field. No one is a keener historian than me, but I think both our ancestors and our descendants would think us mad to believe that. As I say, we fully support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have supporters, first of which is councillor Graham Bell, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. I think it's important to remember that North Devon Council has got a good track record on providing housing over the last decade or 2 decades. We have done some great things, and we have supported community land trusts across the region. We've got a lot of those moving forward at the moment. This is also a vital one. The Community Land Trust in Braunton was one of the first to be set up, and they have worked tirelessly to find land. I recognise that there are comments, they could be more land in Braunton. They have doorsteps, the heads of Tesco's, they've been around every single part of Braunton, and they have tried very hard to find a piece of land. Unfortunately, the geography of Braunton means that there is limited building potential outside of in areas that we can't do it. A lot of that load gets taken by the good people of Henton. I do want to address the comments made by Councillor Ball. Thank you very much. As you can see from the picture that's still on the screen, this is not part of the Great Field. The Great Field is a great thing, obviously some sort of historical monument, but when my kids go to the Great Field, they don't go to this field, this little corner field here, stuck on the side saying they walk across the Great Field. This over 200 years ago, it's not medieval, 200 years ago or so, the hedgerows grew up, it encased this field. This field has just become a plain field. It's a plain field that serves no significant purpose. It is agriculturally sound, but it is more important, as we've seen, to help the local people within Braunton to find houses. As has been mentioned, we have around over 80 people, over 80 families in Braunton on the housing register looking for homes. We have some thousands of local people across North Devon looking for homes. This will help some of them. These numbers are coming down thanks to work that's being done, but they are not coming down fast enough, and they are not coming close to zero. I think it is demonstrable that from any of you, will not see 9 extra houses when dwarfed by the massive Saunton Park. Saunton Park, of course, also part of the Great Field. The Great Field has been used. It is a working environment. It needs to be used for the benefit of Braunton people and North Devon people. We cannot simply say, this is a nice field in the country. The Americans didn't see it as a nice field in the country when they blew the sod out of it in the Second World War. That's what this field is for. It's for the good and the worthwhile benefit of people in Braunton and North Devon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Karen Evans, Director of the CLT.
That's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 of us from the CLT.
I've got Karen Evans, Val Can, Mark Can.
Freebie.
Yeah, just
I don't mind which order you go. Karen Evans, Val Can, and Mark Can, and we've also got Steve Crowther coming back as well.
and I think Councillor Maskell as well.
Yeah, that we will end with.
Yeah, we did send some names in that they should be in the room. I'm going first. Karen second, Val last.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Could we have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Can I go to the second slide? Thank you. Councillors, I know many of you are familiar with this. You've been to the site visit. Many of you came in February, March, and I hope you understand the reasons why we actually have brought a new application. I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. 85 on the screen, it's now 83 houses on the Devon Choice site. So we have a severe, everyone's been talking about it, we have a severe need here in Braunton. You add in Brampton as well, and Henton, there's another 50 or so properties, families there also looking for accommodation. We have a serious housing crisis in this area, and Braunton CLT was set up in 2021 to try and address that particular need. We have spent years, and we do take really quite some exception to being told that we haven't supplied you with sufficient information about the alternative sites that we've looked at. In response to the last meeting, when you asked for that information, we submitted that list. You have it in front of you as part B, I'm not quite sure what more you want or expect of us. We have spent 4 years negotiating with landowners, talking to Tesco or trying to talk to Tesco about a site there. We have explored every single opportunity, and this Taunton Road site is the only viable site that we now have. And that's why we're asking you to support this particular application. Could you go to the next slide, please? The video that should be playing on the right-hand side shows you the location. Your officer has already given you some information. If you haven't been to the site, you can see where it's located along the Taunton Road, and you can see also the land that's involved. And just to point out that a CLT is about providing social accommodation. It's properties that can never be sold. They remain in the parish in perpetuity. And they're also only available to local families or people with a local connection. So the benefit is clear to the people of Taunton and at home. We would look to be building, and this is not a matter for the PIP, and it will come to the technical part in the second application, but we would be looking to produce properties that were sympathetic in the building style to the area, especially to the farm buildings located next to it, and we would look to achieve passive house standards throughout. As you can see, the site is enclosed by hedges. Councillor Bell has very eloquently explained how that field doesn't relate to what most people think of the Great Field in Broughton. It's a field, and it's a field that is occasional grazing and nothing much more. So can I go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the previous application was deferred because we've had very useful negotiations and discussions with Historic England and with Devon and Councillor and Mr. Reid and I think Mr. Russell, I think from Historic England, then came to the site. And after discussion, we decided to reorientate the site to be more in keeping with the strip system and the strip design. Now, even Historic England admit that the change in location does mitigate to some extent the effect of this particular application, even within their terms. We submitted a new heritage impact statement, again, which was asked for, and I hope you've had the chance to read that, where we go into great detail how we've addressed some of the national policy framework concerns. Next slide, please.
And I should wind up. Yes, you're over 3 minutes now.
Okay, well, can I just finally say, keep going, the site that you see there in green is much more accurate than the one I'm afraid Mr. Reid put up. It is about half the size that this particular plan, but let's leave that to one side. We do take issue with the suggestion that we have not taken attempts or made attempts to find alternative sites, and we feel that this is a very, very important point that both Historic England have made and also your officer has made. Where, please, are we going to find land for these social homes, if not here? Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. Karen Evans or Val Can.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Okay, Historic England reference the NPPF 212, 213, 215 within their statement. These are all related to protecting the heritage asset and ensuring that great weight is given to the asset when considering planning applications. We do not dispute that the open field system needs protection, but our proposed development is within the setting of the Great Field and not on or adjacent to the open field. Our heritage and impact statement recognises the importance of the Great Field and its setting, but we feel this small scale sensitive development does not impact on the site. This field is some distance from the open field system and is separated by 2 large hedgerows. In fact, the open strip system is already bordered by a large modern development, which has a far greater impact on the setting. Next slide, please.
2 slides.
Next one, please.
Next one, please. We dispute the Environmental Protection Officer's comments. We do not believe that there is a potential conflict between the farming activities and the residential dwellings. Broadlands Farm has already been granted planning permission for 6 holiday dwellings within the farm site, and a further permission has been granted for residential dwellings off Moor Lane. Currently, the barns referred to by the Environmental Protection Officer are used for storage and will continue to be used as such by farmer. Should the farm be sold or leased at a later date, any change of use would be subject to planning scrutiny
and approval. Next slide, please. We have consulted with the chair of the Braunton Neighbourhood Plan Steering Committee and Braunton Parish Council, who have discussed at length the application, and both parties agree that the neighbourhood plan in balance supports the argument for this development. Why would these bodies go against a policy that they have taken considerable time to write and consulted on widely? We believe there is no conflict with the Braunton Neighbourhood Plan with regard to NE6, NE7 and NE8. The significant need for social rented properties outweighs these concerns. Next slide, please. The planning officer has submitted a lengthy and detailed report relating to our PIP application. We believe our impact statement provides a compelling and comprehensive argument as to why this PIP application should be approved. Indeed, our statement addresses the issues outlined by the planning officer, many of which are subjective in nature. The site is located on the Saunton Road with excellent road, transport and local service access. As stated previously, we believe the public benefit of this small development of much needed social rented housing outweighs the concerns that harm to the asset. In fact, we believe we will enhance the understanding and community benefit of the heritage asset if we allow to provide interpretation boards and signs.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Val Can and I'm Secretary of the Braunton Community Land Trust. Thank you. Thank you for letting us present today. As you know, this housing crisis is real. To meet the demands of the 136 social homes that are included in Braunton and Henton, we need to build 600 new houses in the current planning regulations. And that's supposing that the developers would meet their requirements and don't use the viability clause to get out of them. It's supported by Braunton Parish Council, as has been said, the Neighbourhood Planning Steering Group, Love Braunton, Devon CPRE, and in fact it's worth noting that Natural England actually had no objections to this proposal. Next slide, please. As has been said, the site is ideal. It's close to all the amenities. It's close to schools, it's close to shops, it's on a bus route. It's actually perfectly sited. We also said we will build to some sympathetic style and passive house standards. Next slide, please. I think one of the most important things we need to say is we are not a commercial enterprise. We're not doing this for profit. We're a voluntary group trying to address the housing crisis in our village. We're calling on you to help us, the planning committee and the planning department, to help us provide these much needed houses. We now know that the number of social rent houses built in Braunton since we started in 2021 is 5. 5 houses in 4 years. Our 9 social homes for social rent would almost double this in one development from the CLT, and they would never be sold because they wouldn't be lost to the right to acquire rule. We've also got the risk of losing Mariners Court, as many of you may know, which provided social housing. We don't know what's going to happen with that, so that's another drop in our available housing supply. And again, we've asked, where are these sites that we're supposed to have investigated? We've done it all. We can't find anywhere else. Next slide, please. If successful, this development will provide much needed, permanent, secure homes to those in housing need in our village. It will help our families, schools and businesses to thrive. We are really asking for your help here. Please, please support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Steve Crowther again, as Director of CPRE.
Morning again, councillors. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard the officer's report on this application and evidence from Historic England. I would like to say how grateful I am, and I think we should all be, for the evidence from Historic England and for the officer's recommendation of refusal. Because one of the most egregious features of the current planning system is that it is virtually impossible for a community land trust to buy land on which to build desperately needed social housing in this area in particular, at a price which is remotely within their scope, unless that land is unlikely to get development consent in the normal course of events. If those objections were not present from Historic England and mirrored in the officer's recommendations, this land would be worth 10 or 20 times what it is now available at. So their respective contributions have been invaluable in making this proposal viable. Now it is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to play your part in this drama and grant this application consent. That is how it must be, as it could not happen any other way. Historic England is required to object because the site's lack of statutory protection. It is heartening to hear that their objection dissolves. We heard earlier, their objection dissolves if it can be shown that this is the only site currently available to the CLT. They made that quite clear. The officer is required to recommend refusal because this development is deemed in the rules of planning to jeopardise the continued existence and well-being of the Great Field, despite the fact that it is in an area which is not in the ancient strip system, bounded on one side by a farmstead twice its total size, and on the other by 130 houses. So you, ladies and gentlemen, now have the opportunity to conclude this strange dance by rejecting the officer's advice, reflecting the almost unanimous wish of the Broughton community, and even the notorious NIMBYs of CPRE, and enabling affordable homes to be provided to 1/10 of those in need on the Broughton housing list. You may be nervous at rejecting the officer's advice, because that sort of thing is increasingly discouraged by the government and can be very costly. But in this case, who is going to appeal? An agency which represents a government which is aggressively trying to build houses, especially social and affordable houses, at a rate unprecedented since the post-war reconstruction? I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been granted the privilege of an opportunity to do absolutely the right thing and help people in real need. I'm certain that you will conclude that as a result of this excellent development, which the community so desperately needs, absolutely nothing bad at all will happen to the Great Field, and you will grasp that opportunity with both hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Board Member Councillor Prue Maskell, please.
Thank you. I think a lot of what I was going to say has been said. Only that I grew up in Braunton. I went to primary school close to the Great Field, and I learned about the value of our Great Field. And it's always been there as something that I have valued. However, I was elected to represent the people of Braunton, and it does concern me that we give more weight to preserving our heritage than we do to the needs of the people who live there. I think, apart from with the exception of maybe some green energy projects, which seem to railroad over everything, we need houses for people, and I do believe that we have an opportunity here. I know that the CLT have worked exceptionally hard to find alternatives, and as they have said, this is the only viable option. I think that their development is sensitive to the environmental importance of the site. The farm itself, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's an arable farm with big row vegetables. So I don't think that the flies and smelling are going to be too much of an issue. I also was curious that back in 1993, Dublin County Council actually considered building a bypass around the edge of the Great Field. And the first phase of that infrastructure was actually put in place. So that seems a little bit sort of not marrying the way they feel about it now. There's also another note that the new 5-year housing supply, land supply
will mean, require an extra 200 houses per year, which, with our current 4.62 year supply is unrealistic. So yeah, in conclusion, I would just ask that we be brave on this one and just think about the opportunity we have, as Steve Crowther has said, to do something really significant in going some way to addressing the needs of the people that live here, the people that are alive today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lastly, we have a statement to be read for Councillor Maddox.
Thank you, Chair. The statement says, members, I would urge you to support this application, having had a site visit. You can see that this field has been moved into a modern farming system and is no longer part of the Great Fields of Braunton. Braunton has lost many of its affordable and social needs housing as they've been sold off by a housing association and are not being replaced within the ward. The CLT is trying to address this with this application. Sites in Braunton are few and far between with the current climate of land costs and availability. This type of land does not come along very often. We are seeing more and more developments not putting any affordable homes in because of viability, which is why it's important to look at this application positively. I don't believe any site given to a CLT would not have its negative reasons within the box ticking exercise to balance it within the planning application. Reasons for allowing this application. The officer noted that there is an acute housing crisis in Braunton due to holiday lets and second homes. It would provide 100% of the dwellings as social rent, which would help meet the need for the parish. The project aims to provide homes for existing community. The main reasons for against is the impact on historic site, which this field has been in modern farming for decades and no longer forms part of the Great Fields other than on an old map. This project has community support. It is consistent with strategic objectives of the local plan, particularly those related to providing new housing and supporting the needs of the local community. The parish council supports it with policy H8 as a rural exception site and comply with policies H2, 83 and H4 in the Braunton neighbourhood plan. Regards, Councillor Simon Maddox. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That brings us to an end of the public participation. Before we go to our officers for any kind of response, I would like to just express that it's very clear that your councillors are supportive, and the work that you've done in respect of the outcome of this planning meeting is highly valued. And I'm acutely aware of the work that is required for a CLT and land finding and building. That's what I do. So on behalf of your councillors, from me, thank you for what you've tried to do, what are trying to do, and currently working on. So I don't know if the officer or any officers want to come back. There's certainly that has raised numerous questions that I've made a note of. And we'll see if we can tick those off, but I'll hand back to you, Officer Meekins, first, if that's okay.
Thank you. And I just wanted to give clarity on some of the comments. There were a few comments around the site not being part of the Great Field. I wanted to obviously bring the constraints map back up to you, and specifically, you work within a plan-led system. Your development plan is the statutory starting point for your decision making. So that BAR 03 policy that looks to protect the Great Field deals with both the open system and those later enclosed areas, which basically tell the story of agricultural history within Braunton, the change from social structures from having open field system to people to the enclosures and people then in enclosing areas. It all tells part of the story. So I don't want members to dismiss that it's not within, because it quite clearly is, and we pointed to that in the policies that are within the plan and within the report. And just to reiterate, while it's not got a statutory protection in terms of it being a scheduled monument, planning policy and the national planning policy framework quite clearly say where an area is of archaeological significance. In those instances, it will be treated as if it were a designated asset, and this is one of those cases. So it does have statutory protections afforded by the development plan, which is your statutory start point for making your decisions.
You're happy with that? Nothing else to come back on? No, that's fine. So questions, from members? Councillor Coombs and Councillor Ross.
Regards to the farm next door, would there be any conditions that would get put on, or because the farm is obviously in private ownership, how does that stand?
Yes, so the difficulty is that the farm is in third party ownership. Whilst I understand the field itself is owned by the same landowner, it's not part of the application site. So we couldn't impose conditions on buildings being used for storage or anything like that. So there are no planning controls, hence why we've had to see it through as a policy conflict in this instance.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, right. One of the first question I want to ask is regarding the actual status of the application's planning in principle. Basically, do we have any legal means, if we were to grant this planning in principle, of making sure that it's actually going to go ahead for social housing? Or would we just be saying, yes, you can, it would be okay to build 9 houses of any type on that site?
So the one difficulty with PIPs is anything in terms of the tenure of the housing are secured as part of the technical details stage. What I would say is this development is quite clearly described as the description of development is that for provision of a social rented dwellings with a local connection. So someone couldn't come in with a technical details application which didn't achieve that type of development. They'd have to put in a new PIP for just residential units, and you can't, the description of development does describe the development itself. So yeah, I think there would be difficulties in that happening.
Any other questions, members? Councillor Bishop first, please.
I just wondered what the danger of us setting a precedent if we were minded to approve the application is. Have you any idea what that might? I mean, presumably every case is unique. So
yeah, I would reject one of the key phrases in planning. There's no precedent in the planning system. I'm sure you've heard that term of phrase. Each case on its own merit. So I can only comment on what you've got in front of you today, really.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lane.
Thank you, Chairman. Could the officer just give us some sort of indication just to give us an indication of affordable housing for the area, because what amount of extant plan permissions is in Braunton, and does that actually include, because of the development of Chibnall, does it include Chibnall? And there was a mention earlier regarding Henton as well. So I'm just wondering where we do with extant permissions and what we got going forward in the local plan, which could assess as well.
Yeah, so in terms of Braunton itself as a parish, you've got Braunton Parish, you've got Henton Parish and Chibnall. The developments of Chibnall are both in Henton, so I'll come on to that parish next. So I'm aware the only sort of extant consent with affordable dwellings on that's not been built out is the development that's taking place at Bellator at present. My understanding is there would be 12 units on that site as approved, but they are obviously yet to be built. Then within Braunton itself, I'm not aware of any other extant consents that are either under development or waiting that haven't been built out yet. Henton itself, obviously parish in its own right, it's got its own Home Choice Register numbers, which is they've got a housing need for 44 for Henton itself, based on the July 25 figures. The two developments that are currently sort of well underway at Chibnall are the 59 unit site, which is being developed by Strongbox, which there's 18 affordables on that site. And then the RM reserve matter, sorry, for the on the other side, which is being developed by Chichester Homes, was for 80 units, and 24 of those are affordable.
Councillor Lane, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chairman. That gives us 54 going forward, of course. I'm just wondering, is there any, can I have any clarity on the suggestion just now that there's only been 5 properties built in the last 4 years? Is that correct? You may not be able to answer that anyhow.
Yeah, we haven't got the exact figures to hand. As I say, obviously I was asked a query around what the extent consents were for Chibnall, so I produced that figure, but now I haven't got the figure. But it was fine. Have you got any data?
Thank you, Chairman. Anyhow.
Yeah, no problem. I think we're going to Simon to do our housing enabling officer.
Yeah, I believe Jamie emailed the figures to the CLT yesterday, so those figures are correct. Regarding the properties that are built. Parish.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
I have a couple more questions, sorry. Okay, the first one is our colleague from Devon County. What archaeological evidence have you looked at to say that these fields, which there seems to be a dispute about whether they are Victorian or earlier, how do we know that they are earlier?
The character of them, they look like other medieval field systems across the county and across the country. The mid-19th century tithe map, which is that tracing I showed of Braunton and all the surrounding fields, they are shown as hedge banks on that. They don't have the feel or the layout of post-medieval field boundaries. They look like they are enclosures of medieval strip fields, and that tends to happen, in the later medieval period.
Thank you. And my other question, which I don't think that you may be able to answer, is do we actually know the class use of the barns next to the, no, that I need to know the class use, not.
If we can keep this to the committee, please.
Yeah, so agriculture itself doesn't have a specific use class. Agriculture, it's defined in section 336 of the Town and Country Planning Act, as farming activities in the production of whatever the farm is producing. My understanding is that it is a mixed farm, so there is both livestock and some arable activities as well.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions myself, please. So, and that kind of relates to that last point from Councillor Walker. The reasoning for turning the site red line instead of being across the frontage. I take it that's to minimise the impact and cluster the built form next to the adjacent built form. That's my understanding of that. Is that correct?
It mimics that kind of the strip system, and that was one of the logics behind that change in orientation away from the road frontage.
Thank you. Which is obviously potentially with the other issue has arisen, but we've seen a number of smaller maps with colours. Do we have a plan that shows how far back the red line is in relation to the holiday units at the front and the agricultural? And the only reason why I'm asking this is it is cited as a reason for refusal on the item form.
Yeah, so this is probably the most accurate to show you the wider context. So these are, I looked at some of the planning permissions to these buildings as I was writing the report up. They are all permitted as agricultural buildings. I think there is one building here at the front that has also has some B uses approved in it. I don't think they're active in it, but there was a storage area as part of that consent that I think has been implemented at the front. So, but regardless, all of those uses are potentially noise generating conflicting in terms of their use as either agricultural buildings or if a B use were to be introduced into those buildings there. And the holiday units obviously sit further along here. You know, my understanding is they are obviously holiday units on a farm. People coming to stay for a week, it's a slightly different impact of staying for a week next to a working farm than it is to living next door to it every day of the week, 365 days of the year.
Thank you for that. My second question is relating to one of the member of the public or one of the councillors, but the current enjoyment of the Great Field and access to the Great Field and public rights of way. Would it be possible to touch on that? Because obviously we did our site visit, we entered off the road, parked in the sort of holding area,
Yeah.
and went through a second gate. I personally don't live there. I don't know how you would access what number of accesses there are to the Great Field and whether that's used and whether it's locked.
Bear with me a moment. I want to get it up on the slide in front of you, but what I can do is tell you where all public rights of way run across the Great Field.
Young men rushing into the loo, which is most unfair when it comes to this. You should be reprimanded.
A good old Bing maps where the OS maps disappeared.
Let me go to my last question then, because that's actually for Stephen Reed, my last question. And you used the expression at the last presentation, and I just want to get a measure of it, and it's death by 1,000 cuts. Can you cite some examples of this and how significant that is? Because we're all aware of what death by 1,000 cuts is, but in terms of the actualities of it happening on a similar situation to another asset and
So I think the thing is with Braunton Great Field is that it's unique in Devon and it's virtually unique in the country. And it is that slide behind you illustrates the sort of loss of the northwest corner of the setting of the Great Field, of the medieval fields, the strip fields that were enclosed in the medieval period. You can see on the historic mapping that lie underneath the housing estates to the north, and would have laid underneath the farm and the holiday cottages to the other side. So in terms of death by 1,000 cuts, we don't really have big landscape features. Well, I suppose some of the field systems around Combe Martin, where you're getting development in those and on the edges of those, that's where you're starting to lose the character. You're going from a narrow strip field medieval landscape to a more developed landscape.
do you have any luck with public rights of way and access?
Yeah, so I haven't managed to get the map up. My usual go-to is the big map that's got an OS layer that seems to have disappeared without being able to load up our own mapping system quickly. I do know this area pretty well, and I do know the public rights of way pretty well. So I can kind of give you an indication of where they run. So you've got a public right of way that runs across the Great Field on what did you come on towards Burgess Firstfield Lane. And there's a lane that runs along here. My understanding is there is public rights of way that come in off of Moor Lane as well. I think there's one here on the corner that comes across, and you can see a trodden path there. So there are ways of experiencing the Great Field from within on public rights of way. The field, obviously, the development in is private land and is not open for public access, but you can experience the Great Field from within and from wider landscape vantage points. outside of the great field as well.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from members? Otherwise, we'll move into Councillor Prowse.
Chairman, I mean, sorry. Thank you very much. Chair, the issue is around, is this the only site? And I think I'd like to hear more from Simon Pridder about work that's going on to find another site, because, you know, I know we've got in restricted some information, but I just think that is key, and I think part of that work needs to come forward in the public arena so that an informed decision can be made.
And thank you for asking that question. And I won't go into specifics, but I do read that we are still awaiting for outcome. I mean, there's some of them, or at least one is open, and what the prospects are, I don't know, but I think it would be good to hear, as you requested from the truth. Thank you. So the site search, I'm sure the CLT they do take the lead on the site search. Site searches never stop. And they'll continue to look, even if this one goes ahead. You can see the need in Braunton is significant. There's an argument that more than one site is required. We as the North Devon Council do what we can to proactively look for sites, but the CLT do take the lead as regards to negotiating with landowners, etc. There is nothing that I'm aware of that we've got that is concrete. There's going to be a site that the CLT are able to bring forward. There is the site in Vellator, and negotiations are ongoing on that site to see what we're going to be able to deliver. And as I said, the site search does continue. The other thing to mention is it is Braunton CLT, that this site is in Braunton. Some of the other sites, Henton Punchardin, etc. It's almost a mile away from the centre of Braunton, whereas this site is much closer. Does that cover it? Councillor Prowse, does that answer? You're after establishing if the other sites are or may be available, or if the search is ongoing. My understanding.
Yeah, Chair, we've done surrounded with it, but it's difficult without us going to part B, and I don't think that would be helpful. But I'll just leave it there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there aren't any more questions, we'll move into debate. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'd like to just say that I do know this area extremely well because I've lived directly opposite the site for the first 7 years of my life and still visit it regularly. So I have a good understanding of the history and position of the site as compared to the development on Salton Park, which I would imagine if was coming before us today would not be approved either. A couple of things that I have noted down that I think are really important in this, that it's been mentioned that there was supposed to be a bypass going through in the 90s. It didn't happen. And the reason it didn't happen was because it was cut across part of the Greatfield site. I think we have to really take into consideration that this is a site of historic significance. I also know I don't know the Combe Martin medieval site, but I do know the Sheepwash one. And I just think we have to be really, really careful about allowing encroachment onto what is part of a historic site.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. Councillor Bullitt.
Thank you. I know our decisions have to be policy led, so I'm not quite sure what policy this goes with. But as this field is considered to be part of the Great Field, historically, going back to the original purpose of the Great Field, I understand that this was made available to the residents of Braunton themselves in order that they can grow their own food and farm in a small scale, whatever, to get some income. It was given to Braunton Parish members living there for their use. Surely this, going forward for affordable local rented houses, with a locality condition on it, is carrying on in principle the original purpose of the Great Field. Am I wrong?
Well, you are in terms of use, yeah, they're different uses.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying you're wrong in terms of what you're driving at, but it is two entirely different uses, and that's, I think is the point. Did you want to carry on, or are you?
No.
Okay, Councillor Cruz.
I now have concerns obviously over the farm next door, living next to part of the farm myself. So, yeah, so that now leads to another concern because, you know, we're all acutely aware that we need housing, but we need housing in suitable places and long-term what is going to happen with that concern of people living there, that could cause major conflict itself, regardless of the stuff around the Great Field.
Anyone else? Like it. Councillor Lane?
I thought in the report, I saw they was trying to pursue a couple of other sites elsewhere. I just wonder where they're to with that. Well,
that was what Councillor Prowse was, I think, driving at. So I don't think we can discuss details of particular sites without going to part B, which in fairness isn't favoured. It's been set out to you in your report. So unless anyone else is going to put their hand up, or wishes to talk, I'll carry on for a moment. We've heard excellent reasons why this should go ahead. There is a desperate need, and this has to be balanced against the status of the site. I not put my own head above the parapet and go against Historic England, Devon County, and our officers. And in particular, while it's apparent from my reading of that Part B that there are other sites certainly in discussion. So for those reasons, I don't believe we have any choice other than to follow the officer's recommendation. So I'm actually going to move the officer's recommendation, and we'll look for a seconder. So Councillor Hayward move first. Did you want to add anything, Councillor Hayward?
Just briefly, that we have been here before with other sites and we've heard heartrending reasons for agreeing to development, but they've been outside the development boundaries. And we've had to say no with great regret. I think we're in the same position here, which is why I have seconded your motion.
Yeah, I don't think we can all leave here and make a decision without having given great consideration to the concern to the applicants. We understand what they're trying to do. It's very, very clear, but we have to work within the local plan and the local plan policies and the external consultations. Would anyone else like to say anything, or? Okay, Councillor Walker again.
I'm very, very sad that this is that it's not a more suitable site, because I think that the CRTs do a fantastic job, and it's really, really hard decision, this one, and we will not be taking this lightly. I'm sure I can speak for everybody on that.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. So that leaves us to the vote. I'll give you one last chance. No hands. So you then take that motion, which is to follow the officer's recommendation for refusal as set out in the report. So all in favour of the refusal?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Chair,
Any against?
1 Chair.
And no abstentions because of anyone left. So the application is refused. We will take a short comfort break. Thank you very much. We have everybody back. So our next application is item 7, application 79478 Farnell and Horny Owl, which we will be familiar with. We have an update and a presentation from our, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Yeah, as the Chair mentions, this has been, this application has been to committee twice before. It's on pages 71 to 88 of your agenda, and it's 79478, which is the change of use from holiday let to full residential use at Farnell and Horny Owl at Eastleigh Barton and Eastleigh. As I said, it's been here twice before to committee. On both occasions it was deferred, first in March 2025 when it was deferred so members could be provided with legal advice by the council solicitor, and second in July 2025 when it was deferred to provide the applicant with an opportunity to submit further information in respect of the marketing activities that have been undertaken, and also to demonstrate that suitable private amenity spaces could be provided to serve both properties. There's no verbal updates in terms of the application since the agenda was published. This slide shows the site location plan, as usual, with the site edged in red and other land within the applicant's ownership shown in blue. Within the red line, you've got the two properties there, the northernmost being Barnell Cottage and the southernmost being Horny Owl Cottage. And the applicant's agricultural holding is shown to the east, west and south of the site. Two properties are served by their own vehicular access and a cursor is listed. And the site lies within Eastleigh, which is a hamlet comprising a small number of dwellings and agricultural holdings, with Biddeford located approximately 2 kilometres to the southwest. This is just a Google Maps aerial image which shows the relationship between the site, the agricultural holding and the surrounding countryside. This is a revised site location plan, revised site plan which details the amenity spaces proposed to serve both properties. It's an existing grassed area which is located to the immediate east of Horny Owl Cottage, shown there in light green on the plan. And a timber picket fence would separate the two amenity areas. There are some sort of minor concerns from officers regarding the degree of privacy that would be offered by this arrangement. However, on balance, it is considered acceptable and overcomes the third reason for refusal on page 87 of your agenda. This is the elevations and floor plans for Barnell Cottage in external walls constructed of natural stone beneath a roof covering of natural slate. There's no internal or external physical alterations proposed as part of the application. And the same with Horny Owl Cottage here, same materials and again, no physical alterations proposed as part of the application. There's some photographs of Barnell Cottage. Top left is taken within the site and bottom left is from outside on the access. You can see the grass verge adjacent to the public highway there. And on the right hand side is the amenity space that was previously proposed when the application was brought to before committee. Some photographs of Horny Owl Cottage, the external elevations there on the top and bottom left shows again the building and the grassed area that would function as the amenity space for both properties, and on the right hand side is a photograph of a small patio area that would also function as amenity space. And then a couple of final photographs. Top left is the access that serves the properties, the dedicated access, and bottom right is the parking area that serves both properties. These are the booking records that have been submitted in support of the application. These have previously been seen by the planning committee. These show that bookings were achieved in 2024, with Horny Owl Cottage in particular being popular throughout the summer months. And officers also note that online reviews from guests indicate that the properties are finished to a high standard and are of high quality. This slide just shows the drive times from the site, which is marked by the red star there, to key destinations within the local area. And officers consider that the properties are well located to easily access these tourism destinations within the local area. The aerial image also shows that the site is remote from any established settlement and the services and facilities that are needed to support an unrestricted residential use. This is the wording of policy DM18 and its supporting text, which deals with the removal of occupancy conditions on holiday accommodation. As set out within your officer's update report, the additional information submitted in support of the application advises that an estate agent sent a sales brochure pertaining to the two properties to 4 potential purchasers between March and May of this year. It's understood that these parties were not interested and did not proceed to a sale due to the holiday occupancy restriction and because they are seeking properties in a coastal location. The estate agent also advises that in their opinion, the prospect of a sale in the short to medium term is low, citing a current oversupply in the area. A letter from the operator of holiday accommodation at Knoll Farm, which is nearby about a mile away from the site, has also been submitted in support of the application and advises that their bookings have declined year on year. As noted in the officer's update report, the marketing activities that have been undertaken are limited and fall short of the policy requirement of 12 months of marketing. In addition, there's no indication that the properties have been marketed more widely, for example, on the estate agent's website, and as a result, only 4 specific individuals have had the opportunity to express an interest in purchasing the holiday accommodation. It's therefore considered, from an officer's perspective, that the application remains contrary to policy DM18. This slide details material considerations in the determination of this application, which are the principle of development, heritage, character and appearance, residential amenity, ecology, highways and foul and surface water drainage. Officers consider that the additional supporting information demonstrates that acceptable areas of amenity space would be available to meet the needs of the future occupiers. However, as noted earlier, it's considered that the limited marketing activities that have been undertaken do not meet policy requirements set out in policy DM18 of the local plan, and it has therefore not been demonstrated that there is no demand for the properties within the locality. In addition, the site is remote from the services and facilities needed to support residential use and is not well served by sustainable transport options, with the result that the proposal will likely result in a reliance on the use of private motor vehicles, contrary to policies ST10 and the 006 of the local plan. Accordingly, it is recommended that the application should be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got the applicant, Mr. John May.
Good morning, Chair members. I'm John May, I'm a farmer at Eastleigh. My family had farmed here since 1952.
Hold up just a sec. Sorry, we've got feedback and. Yeah, if you can get a little bit closer and then you start again. Take your time before you start.
Good morning, Chair members. I'm John May, a farmer at Eastleigh. My family had farmed here since 1952. My children and grandchildren are now working with me. We're not developers, just farmers to try to do the best for our family and business. I have a few points to discuss. Number one is the concern regarding amenity space. Each cottage is a private patio with parking, and there's a 30 by 40 metre lawn which can easily be divided. Point two, the cottages have been marketed with Philip Smith and Dunn since March, but have had little interest and no offers. A viewing last month was by Mr. Prowse, who wanted to turn them into storage, but later said he would not be able to raise the funds. Holiday accommodation at the Pines in Eastleigh and at Moorhead have not had any offers either. The cottages have not been left in to enable prospective viewings. Point three, regarding the availability of services and facilities, people are able to survive and thrive in rural communities. The 11, do our village children access schools through the school buses which come through our village and serve our catchment schools. Shops and GP services are only 2 miles away. The families with cars choose to live here. That only serves to free up rental accommodation in town for people without no transport. It should be a choice. Our cottages are less remote than the 4 barn conversions approved for residential use in Forward in the last couple of years. Services and facilities do not appear to be a consideration here. Point 4. I have looked online and in the North Devon, there are 2,000 people on the housing register. Point 5. We've seen many cases locally where barns with holiday use have been rented long-term, illegally, with tenants paying council tax of over 10 years. They have now been granted lawful residential use. It's hard to see how that illegal act went unnoticed. It seems that those of us doing the honest thing are being left worse off. Where was the legal team on those cases? One councillor told me when I started this process to just let them illegally. I want to be honest and above board. So does it pay to be honest or do things illegally? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Well, Councillor Coombs and Councillor Beatman, but I think we allow Councillor Beatman to come first. Okay. I have you object, Councillor Beatman? Yep, you're the boss.
Members, thank you, and thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak again on this application and, well, spent all morning talking about our housing, situation. So North Devon currently cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, which means under paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework, the tilted balance applies in these circumstances. Planning permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly demonstrate outweigh the benefits. In this case, the benefits are clear and tangible. The conversion of 2 existing high-quality dwellings into full-time homes would make an immediate contribution to local housing supply. These are not new builds in over the countryside. They are already permanent, serviced properties, well integrated into the existing cluster of development. Crucially, they would help meet the area's acute need for affordable and accessible housing. As I say, we've been talking about it for a minute. Officers have raised 2 main concerns. First, regarding policy DM 18(3)B, and whether there's a compelling evidence that holiday restriction is no longer justified. I'd urge members to consider this in the real world context of a saturated holiday market, evidenced by the agents and operators' letters. The clear lack of buyer interest underlines that these properties are no longer viable as holiday lets. DM 18 seeks to prevent the loss of viable tourist accommodation. But where that viability is demonstrably declined, the policy does allow for flexibility. Second, on sustainability and access under policies ST10 and DM06, while it's true that this is a rural location, we must remember that many of our communities are rural. National policy and appeal decisions across Devon recognise that sustainable development is not limited to urban areas. The reuse of existing buildings, especially where infrastructure is in place, is in itself a sustainable form of development. Given the lack of a 5-year land supply, the presumption in favour of sustainable development must weigh heavily here. The modest scale, absence of environmental harm, and clear social benefit of providing 2 permanent homes, likely at the lower end of the market, all points towards approval. I would therefore respectfully suggest that members could give significant weight to MPPF paragraph 11D, presumption in favour of sustainable development, MPPF paragraph 79, reuse of existing buildings in rural areas, and policy ST17, meeting local housing needs. And conclude that the benefits of this proposal clearly outweigh and identify harm. Clearly outweigh any identified harm. For those reasons, I encourage members to approve the application contrary to the officer recommendation. And just to finish off on Mr. May's comment, I honestly say it wasn't me that encouraged him to go against the law. He does make a very, very good point. He was coming down with a class Q application. I think this would go through in a tick. Thank you.
Good, thank you greatly for the clarification. Councillor.
Feel down that I also need to clarify it wasn't me that said that. Mr. May and Councillor Biederman have given some really good comments, so I'm going to keep mine very short. We now have an updated statement on our 5-year land supply, which will continue to demonstrate that North Devon Council are unable to meet the land supply. We are also aware of the housing crisis in North Devon. I'm of the opinion that more weight therefore should be given in favour of approving the application given the 5-year land supply.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We've made a note that you are leaving the room. Is there anything to come back on the issue? Yeah.
Just.
Thanks, working.
I think we have confirmed this before, but I will just reconfirm it. So in terms of the 5-year housing land supply, that looks at the weight given to housing policies being out of date. The DM18 isn't a housing policy, so it carries full weight. The paragraph 11D wouldn't be triggered in this application. So just the 5-year housing land supply has no bearing on this. I think some of the speakers were talking about the 2,000 people in the housing register. I did speak to Mr. May's planning agent yesterday to confirm, are these going to be affordable units? And she did say no, they're not affordable units, so we can't look at any of those social benefits. They are for open market rent. And just to clarify a couple of things.
In addition to what Tracy said, I just want to come back on a couple of policy points really. I think obviously we're all aware of the acute housing need within the district. That's come through in the previous agenda item, but there's also the flip side of that coin, which in this case is the ongoing operation of these units as tourism accommodation and the contribution that they make to the rural economy through tourism, which obviously is the main key driver of the economy in North Devon. And really that's the kind of rationale for the planning, for the local plan approach, is to actually seek to protect those uses where they're still making a valid contribution, and that's the reason for the wording of the policy in that to demonstrate that they're no longer making a contribution, then they need to be marketed for 12 months, because realistically that is the only way to determine whether or not there is still demand for them. So as we've seen also that there are booking records from 2024 that's been submitted in support of the application that would indicate that those properties are still making a valid contribution, and the sort of, I think the guest reviews reflect that as well. So that's probably just a kind of summary for you in terms of the way that those policies are working. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, questions? Who's got any questions? Councillor Prance, that's fine if you don't have any. Councillor Prance.
Can I say, I didn't go to Eastleigh to try to rent those barns, so it was a different Mr. Pratt. That's why I put that in a minute. Chair, my question is, and I think members have had a lot of debate around this. I think many of us were of the view that this policy is probably out of date. Having said that, it's still in the adopted local plan. And I think that, I mean, obviously this policy was also constructed at a time when national planning policies were much stronger on the sustainability stuff and actually stopped conversion of buildings for open market housing at all. So hence people went down this route to find a new use for the building. So things have probably moved on a bit. What I was going to ask is that because we're just starting work on the new local plan now, is there any scope here? Because I know that the applicant has no intention of selling them. That we gave a temporary permission to allow members of his family to go into one of them and allow them to be let, so that a 3-year temporary permission would allow the local plan to kick off to see if those policies would support the removal or even, and I know I spoke to Tracy Blackmore about this because I had one right in the middle of Goodley Village that's just been refused. And it's very difficult to justify to people when they see other permissions, you know, the public don't understand this policy in all circumstances. I mean, I can understand the one at Europa Park in Monaco. They were purpose-built holiday units. But here we've got something that under current policy would be approved with a, you know, as I think it's very Bedouin said, with a bit of a nod. And it would seem to me it would allow the owner to let these without us actually sweeping the policies completely away, so that in 3 years' time, the local plan will be moved on enough for it to be considered again, because they're in the middle of a bit of a settlement anyway, aren't they? So, I mean, I'm just thinking that you know, it's getting your heart and your mind together so that we don't wreck our policies completely and get a flood of applications. So if we did that in this case, would that suit the needs of the applicant, but at the same time retain the validity of the local plan and our policies, Chair?
Thank you. Am I understanding this correctly? You're saying both, or proposal that both potentially be residential for 3 year, so not keep one as a holiday and have the other one as a. Okay, so the application description is change of use from holiday let to full residential use. Can you answer that technical point of view in terms of our capacity today?
I think the problem I have, and you know, I've spoken to you about the policy before. The planning inspectorate, we keep getting appeal decisions, and we think perhaps they might give us some scope, but they are still really clear that compelling evidence to demonstrate that restriction is no longer justified. I think a marketing exercise has been undertaken, but I think it could have been a lot better. I think sending it to 4 people wasn't enough. I think at least you should have been putting it on the Phillips Solicitor website. I think that more active marketing could have, I think there's a lost opportunity here again in terms of that marketing, which I think you could have evidenced. In terms of the 3 years, it's really challenging because that then does set a precedent in terms of other people coming forward and saying, well, actually, we're in a similar situation of wanting to let our holiday let. I think we certainly will do some work on this in terms of our new legal plan and look at some criteria. But what I don't want is to lose tourism from North Devon, because it is a really valuable, particularly these high-end properties, which these, from looking at the photos, look very high-end. I certainly wouldn't want to necessarily lose that type of holiday accommodation.
So if we can just try and focus on the question rather than moving into debate.
It's just a reasoning
to make apply those conditions.
So you'll be putting temporary conditioning on, but it still will be a departure from DM18.
Yeah, but we do have the ability to do that, should we so wish.
I think obviously, as you say, Shane, it's still been looking at a departure, and I think it was sent back what material considerations are there to justify that departure, really, and it's difficult for an officer point of view to support that in this instance, I think, because you know, there aren't any particular kind of health issues or particular social issues that would, in our view, outweigh the conflict with the development plan, because that is the starting point, really, in terms of decision making, really, in terms of all applications.
Okay, do we have any other questions from Howard Booth and then Bullet, please?
Thank you. I'd just like to ask, is sustainability development particularly relevant to this case? Because I ask that because it's somewhat a moot point, as it's been in previous applications at previous committee meetings.
Do you mean in terms of its location?
Yeah.
I think as set out really within the officer's report, and I know we've touched this on, discussed this at the other occasions when the application has been brought before the committee. There's obviously key services and facilities that you need to support residential use and generally the planning system, both in a local and a national sense, seeks to ensure that there are sustainable travel options for the occupiers of that development to access those facilities. The needs of those occupiers is rather different in terms of a holiday use and a permanent residential use. And the applicant's spoken there about access to school. Well, that's really good, but there also is those travel patterns to employment uses and retail uses that do differ certainly from a holiday use. That's I think one point. Second is that we see other applications for redundant buildings, etc., and they're by their nature in rural areas, because that's what the policy deals with, is existing redundant buildings. It's less of a concern in those examples, I think, because there's an inherent sustainability about the reuse of those buildings, and that's where the sustainable element is. And so the government guidance, sort of particularly with Class 2 applications, says that you shouldn't really be taking into account the remoteness of that site, because there's the inherent sustainability of the reuse of that building. I'm just not convinced that you can apply that to this case, because the buildings haven't been demonstrated to be redundant or disused. So then the policy issues are slightly different in terms of what officers need to consider. I hope that does answer your question, maybe, Councillor.
Good, thank you, Councillor Philip.
Thank you. You've actually sort of more or less answered what I was going to question. I mean, it seems a bit contradictory when you say that where are we? Can't find it. To do with the tourist accommodation, it says, given the above driving times, consider that the location of the site does not indicate the use of property, well, that is acceptable for holiday accommodation. And yet you say for someone living there, it's not acceptable under DM10 and everything. Like the applicant said, children are going to the local schools. Everyone has their groceries delivered these days, mostly. I'm just wondering what the difference is, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think that probably does overlap with my previous answer, really, and previous question that we dealt with in terms of, as I say, the travel patterns are considered to be different in terms of a permanent residential use as opposed to a tourism use, really. And again, because this application isn't dealing with disused or redundant buildings, it's looking at obviously an existing use as holiday accommodation and whether it's appropriate to remove those occupancy conditions or not.
I think we're still where we have been for the last two committees. I think the crux really is raising for refusal one. I think if that was addressed, I think probably two and, well, definitely three would fall away. It's this compelling evidence that hasn't been presented to us, that is in DM18, that it's not required anymore. That's where we are, and that's where we have been for the last two committee sessions. And I don't think that, unfortunately, we haven't had that evidence in to be able to make a different recommendation to you.
Absolutely.
Your questions, Chairman?
Yeah, we are.
Well, passing.
But I don't think there are going to be any more questions, but I'll ask once more. Any more questions? No, fire away, Councillor Lee.
It's fine. Anybody else want to go first? Or
You've got the microphone, Councillor.
oh, thank you, Chairman. That's all you need. I had concerns, or not concerns. I was supportive in the first time. It's just, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I think we do need to look at the policy in itself. I mean, to be honest with you, we're dealing with planning policies, and let's be honest with you, the reality is here, most of the planning policy we're dealing with is directed towards new development. And it's a bit limited references to variations, changes. But to my mind, perhaps I read it slightly different than someone else. But I think I need to address the main points of the policy DM18, because I believe that, my mind, I believe they actually marketed it for 12 months, and they've got some further information which supports their reason to bring it back into residential use. And we have got an issue of them that we need more properties for people to live in, and by allowing them to let, well, I think personally we're missing a trick here. And just going back to DMA, and I got even comments and points I've just made comments on there. Yeah, to my mind, I actually think it do comply with DM18 in the sense it definitely complies with point A anyhow, because it can be permanently without alteration. And that, now, when we look at the point just below it on page 81, we talk about paragraph 13.109. This is what I think there may be a bit of question about whether it's actually been marketed for 12 months or no, in the way you want to actually read it. It actually says here that in the report it talks about compelling evidence, but when you look at paragraph 13.109, of course, proposals for the removal of holiday occupancy restrictions will be supported when it can be demonstrated. In my view, that it has been demonstrated by the amount of lets that's been over the last 12 months, and clarity now from the state agent and that regarding trying to market it. And I can't see this 13.109 actually talks about marketing as well. Demonstrate to satisfy the local planners that the accommodation is no longer required to meet the tourism needs to the locality. The local planner will require applications for removal of occupancy condition to demonstrate there is no demand for the property in locality. And they've actually done that over the last 12 months by the original meeting we had, by showing the figures. To be honest with you, if you look at the amount of figures they got for a letternet, you think, well, we may be better off to try to put it into residential use. Marketing will be considered to be appropriate when the property has been presented to the market at a reasonable price. Now, to me, when you rent the property, you would present it to the market at a reasonable price, and that could actually be rented out. So over that 12 months period, it has been marketed at a reasonable, I presume, reasonable price over a 12 months period. So I believe we've actually satisfied that condition. What we also got to look at is the sustainability of the area, of course. The reality is regardless whether we keep it as a holiday let or residential use, people will still be driving the motor car to access these properties. So, I mean, to me, because of its location, the mode of transport will still be continued. Within policy ST07, and on page 31, it recognises on page 31, 4.15, beyond local centres and villages, the opportunity to achieve sustainable development is diminished by the increasing absence of services and facilities. So, to me, Chairman, I think they have done an exercise over the 12 months period, is proven by the figures they're providing that it actually doesn't stack up. And quite honest with you, we do need to try to provide housing for people in North Devon, and this could well be an opportunity to do that. I mean, one or two other points. I'm sorry to go on, Chairman, but that's the way I am. But be honest with you, Chairman, also, I think it was made by officer just now that we are only 2 kilometres southwest to Bideford. In actual fact, when we talk about being sustainable, of course, we're talking about being 1.26 miles from Bideford. Now, I would call that, to a degree, sustainable, because quite honestly, you could quite easily cycle into Bideford from 1.26 miles, and you could quite easily walk into Bideford from that distance as well. And following on from the point, which I support councillor Biederman, although I don't all the time, but quite honest with you, it could be, it could be seen to be in a sustainable location, so that's another point. I think I'll leave it there, Chairman. Leave it at that. Thank you.
Anyone like to add to that? Mr. Hawken?
When the given walking distance for a child to go to school is, for even a 5-year-old child to go to school is 2 miles. This is well underneath the 2 miles. So I can't understand why it's not classed as a sustainable location. And it kind of feels that the planning system and our local plan, which was obviously written with the best of intentions, is almost forcing the owners of these properties to continue them as a holiday let business. When I know that the owners at the last planning meeting said that it's very difficult for them to do so due to their occupations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to add. This might turn into a question, but travel patterns, I think, have been turned upside down since COVID. I've got to say, I don't look into it in a great detail, but we are all aware, just from our own staff at North Devon Council, that there's flexible working arrangements and people do seem to have hybrid working. So in terms of jumping in your car at 8 o'clock in the morning and coming back at 6, that isn't necessarily actually happening. And likewise, the food deliveries was mentioned earlier. So the patterns has definitely changed since that time. So I think there should be some recognition of that. In terms of what Councillor Lane said, paragraph 13.109, it's the English language, isn't it? It can be read in more than one way, and it's being read very clearly by our officers in one way, with some weight of your history and your knowledge as planning officers. But the last paragraph saying marketing will be considered to be appropriate when the property has been presented to the market at a reasonable price, etc. That doesn't offer that as the only solution. It's just saying that's one solution. And you've read it correctly. In the local planning authority will require applications for the removal of occupancy conditions to demonstrate that there is no demand for the property. And then they've demonstrated that there's no demand. I mean, again, that's very clear. There has been some letting, so that's badly worded. I think we all recognise that. I actually thought Councillor Prowse's suggestion of a temporary consent, it may be a way around it, because marketing could carry on. Temporary use solves a family issue and kind of gets them halfway there while the emerging plan comes through. Officers might not agree with that, and I don't think do agree with that, but that might be a sensible solution. Back to
I mean, honestly, I can't, I'm just going to repeat myself really. I think that the issue here is that there hasn't been compelling evidence to demonstrate that it's not longer justified. I think, you're talking about the sustainability argument, that would fall away, I think, if that was met. And I think we have things like GM27 that convert and move on. So I'm not so hooked up on the sustainability, but offers, then that's how we've interpreted DM18 in terms of the marketing that's undertaken. But members, they feel that actually there is compelling evidence being put forward to demonstrate that such a restriction is no longer justified, and that's for you to articulate in your reasoning.
Let me just pick up on the word compelling. Councillor Lane touched on that. That's in the policy.
Criteria B, there is compelling evidence to demonstrate that such a restriction is no longer justified.
Like microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Just a word of caution from me, really. And we're in a similar situation to when we were talking about some time ago, actually, about the government's proposals to changes to planning policy and how there was an expectation or a wish or a desire or a hope, really, that certain changes would be made and therefore that would have the impact for us in terms of how we would make our decisions. I appreciate that there is a frustration around our local plan and that there is a view that it is potentially not fit for purpose anymore. However, that's what we have got. And you'll all be well aware that under the legislation, the decisions that you make in order for them to be lawful have to be made in accordance with the development plan, unless you can indicate a material consideration otherwise. And you've heard from your officer that the fact that the local plan that we've got at the moment probably isn't really relevant, and we don't like sort of decisions that we're having to make under it, or how we're, getting in these applications. We wish we could make a different decision. Is not a material consideration. So I would just give you a word of warning, really, about essentially pinning a hope on our future local plan. Obviously, it's going to be fantastic, but pinning your hope on something that actually does not exist yet, and therefore legally you are bound by the local plan that you have in front of you. And in terms of compelling evidence, you've heard from your officer what he would have considered to be compelling evidence. So if you are considering going against that, part of your reasons for refusal would be to state exactly what evidence you've seen that the planning officer hasn't seen, that they've marketed it with an estate agent for sale for 12 months.
Thank you. And Lola, thank you, Karen Norman, for that clarification. Councillor Lane, was about interpretation of compelling evidence, and you now asked for evidence of compelling evidence.
Yes.
Are you able to provide evidence, Councillor Lane or anybody else for that matter, that hasn't been presented either in the report or in the supporting documents? I wonder if we should go to someone else before coming back to you, Councillor Lane, just to see if there's support for your thoughts. Councillor Bullitt.
Sorry, just looking at the letting of these properties, in the evidence we got there, they were let for less than a third of the year, which is that considered compelling evidence of financial viability?
That's a question for the officer. I think you know the answer, but we'll hear it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't think we're not aware of whether it's financially viable or not, because the agent applicant hasn't submitted accounts pursuant to the business, so that's not an assessment we need to make. But we can obviously, if we look at the word in the policy again, in terms of the supporting text, then basically will require applications for the removal of occupancy condition to demonstrate there is no demand for the property in the locality. Well, if we look at then the booking records, that would suggest that there is demand because it's being booked, I mean, particularly in the case of Tory House Cottage, we have bookings pretty consistently throughout all of the summer months. And I think the last time this application came before committee as well, we did have 2 appeals that were appended to the officer update report, and the inspector in that instance sort of did discuss bookings that had been achieved that from memory were less than what we have here. So I think it's really difficult from an officer point of view to look at the bookings and equate that to there's no demand for these properties.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is actually quite clear, Councillor Lane, that one on the no interest, because that is in the policy and there has been bookings, so that's a different, that argument's a little bit fraught, I would imagine. But Switch to anything on, if not, I'll go back to councillor Lane. Yeah.
So I do think we probably need to make a decision today, so this morning, this afternoon, because this is the third time it has come back. I am a little bit disappointed it hasn't been marketed more actively. I would have liked it at least to be put on the website. And even if it was the full 12 months, I think that could have showed that there wasn't anyone coming forward. It is difficult in terms of the temporary provision for 3 years, in terms of the local plan, and I think our solicitor put some really good points around. We don't know what's going to come out of our new local plan. That's the problem, and I'm sure it will be amazing, but we don't know what that's going to look like. It is whether you do give that temporary planning permission to allow them to market the property, the holiday lets properly. I don't know if that should be 3 years, perhaps 12 months. Would that be a solution? But we would need to have it come back with that active marketing that has been undertaken, unless something changes in terms of those 12 months, in terms of appeal decisions or government direction in terms of what we should be doing for holiday let restrictions.
Thank you for those words. I'm sure we'll add, but I think, councillor Lane, technically on the policy alone, there will be some struggles as our officer Norman has suggested. So in terms of an interim measure, which is what it would be, I would agree with councillor Ramsey. That's actually a sensible way out of a situation we don't want to be in. And to hear that from Officer Blackmore is quite encouraging. It might not be the ideal solution, but we're not in an ideal world, as we all know. So I will actually go back to Councillor Prowse to see if you want to add something to that.
Chair, I listened to what Carol Norman said, and I do understand that. I chair the joint committee with Torridge that's looking at a local plan. We've been frustrated. We'd have probably been halfway down this route now if the government had given us that secondary legislation. But I did mention earlier on, this is a sort of, it's not an ideal solution, but it allows, in this case, for logic, just to balance the thing for a while. And I did mention about the one in the middle of one of my villages, and I've really struggled at the parish council meeting there to explain why he can't let it to some local who was prepared to even take a local occupancy condition. And I think this will allow the owners to think about those options again as well, perhaps, because I think that becomes another material issue, doesn't it? Well, it does certainly in my mind in the planning balance, but I would suggest, Chair, and I'll move the 3 years, which will allow the marketing, allow them to think about, their situation. They may, but I mean, that will also then keep the integrity of the local plan in my view, because we're saying in these circumstances, where one of them is going to be a family member, that we are prepared to give this temporary permission. I think that allows us that opportunity, Chair. So I will move that as a proposal from today.
Councillor Walker, are you seconding that?
I am.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would like to second councillor Prowse's proposal and on the understanding that the owners will try and market the property for a period of 12 months, which means that by the time it came back to planning in 3 years' time, we would have the evidence of whether or not it is a property that could be sold with a holiday let condition on it.
I think Councillor Prowse, we need to be clear about the reasoning, and we need to cite that there's 3 reasons in the report. Refusal, in to try and address.
I thought you were going to help me, Chair. I thought you.
Well, I don't think we can say there's been compelling, I don't think we can tick off each of those items, perhaps the amenity, but we've taken a view that in these circumstances, it would be reasonable to allow temporary consent whilst marketing continues. So,
I think I take the point that mentioning the local plan could be a hostage. I do understand, in terms of background, as I said, I mentioned that we would have been down the route, there'd already been some work going on about how we can have some criteria that allows some flexibility in some cases, but protect what's along us. And I think that's the problem with the policy at the moment, is just that it's a bit rigid, I suppose, is the way of it.
So our reasoning is to give the applicant the opportunity to continue that. So that at a later date, evidence can be provided as necessary. You happy with that, Councillor Orban? Then if there's no one else to speak, we'll take that to the vote then.
Might just add something.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you'll be delegating it to me and the officer to put appropriate conditions on.
Yep.
In terms of the temporary permission and any other conditions we see fit in terms of the meeting thing.
Would we receive any interim marketing over 12 months and then 24? Or is that not unfortunate?
Well, if you're giving it for 3 years, and I think that's quite a long time, but
that's the condition.
that judgment.
How far away are we on the local plan? Do you know?
Chair, we literally, we are waiting for the secondary sort of edict from government. I mean, at the moment, we need, there are trigger points, and we need to be able to get to that at a certain trigger point, but the inspector can't deal with the number of people that, or number of authorities that have now started the process, because nearly everybody has got a local plan that's out of date or got no finding unspecified. So every local authority is looking to get moving, and the process can't deal with it. But we are talking about, they're saying that during this autumn, we'll have all the dates and the targets, everything will be released. So hopefully we can really, but in the background, all the other work is going ahead, like, you know, the testing, the housing market numbers and all the other studies. In the background, that's still going on, but it's the actual timetable to get the thing, to get a draft published and all that, all the rest of it.
So 3 years is, you think we're going to?
Yeah, because
past a year, it's 2 to 3 is not.
We've gone through the HELA process, so we've got lots of new sites that have been presented. There's been a call for sites again now, so new sites are coming in. So all that work is going on. It's really about getting to the grips with the actual policies themselves. And of course, we're going to be faced up with national development control policy, so that there could well be changes there in terms of how it relate to things like tourism conditions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If members wanted to go down the route of temporary permission for 3 years, and we were looking at marketing that has to be undertaken within that, then it might be worthwhile having a condition that, firstly, requires 12 months marketing within that 3-year period, to obviously demonstrate to reach that bar of compelling evidence, and also perhaps it would be worthwhile for the condition to be worded such that the way that the site is marketed is agreed with officers before it's undertaken, just so that there's no ambiguity at the end of the process about whether or not that marketing has reached the bar, you know, and then so the applicant would come to us with a discharge of condition and say, this is what we're going to do, we're going to do X, Y, Z, we're going to advertise it on the website, we're going to send it out to X, Y, Z. We then approve that, and then if the marketing's undertaken in accordance with that, then there's no issue at the end of that period about have the policy requirements been met or not. This is just a suggestion.
I think that's entirely reasonable. The officer needs to watch and capture the match if all to vote for everything. Yeah.
So as I understand it, Chair, it's approval for a temporary period of 3 years. allow the applicant to undertake marketing of the properties for a period of 12 months to enable evidence to be provided at a later date, and that the method of marketing is agreed in advance with the service manager, and that authority be delegated to the service manager to apply appropriate conditions as sees fit in terms of amenity and of the temporary approval.
Yeah, Councillor Brown. Yeah, okay, so we'll. This needs to allow the marketing, isn't it?
Yes. Can I just say, Chairman, the UK Port Week, that's the main point of this debate here, right? In the reason is, because quite honest with you, it does meet point A of policy DM18. So the reasons why you want to do a temporary permission is so you can pass compelling evidence going forward. And I think that's a good reason to accept this application as it stands. If the portion, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, I'm there, okay. Can I just suggest that we make it really clear that the decision that you're making is based on the context of this application, because you are at risk without doing that of across North Devon and Horwich diluting that policy for anybody that thinks, I haven't provided the 12 months, but I can put an application in and they'll just let me do it in the future. So we have to be really, really tighter around what is the context for this application that has led to you making a decision that and those material considerations otherwise than what the local plan is saying. Does that make sense? Is there anything in particular that you've heard today that allows you to give strength to why you are making this decision, but still protects that policy in the local plan? Because we can say things on a case by case basis, but we know that on a practical basis, what will happen is that, you know, people see appeal decisions, people see applications, people see results, and then that then has a feedback on all of the other applications that then both North Devon and Horwich will receive. So we need to be just really clear about the basis of our decision, not basis of your decision making here, members. Please.
I think that in this case, they are integral to a part of a working farm, where it would be, and the intention of the owner is not to sell them on, and quite obvious because of the relationship with the farm. And in this case, it does provide housing for one of his family members in one of the units. Which it makes this different to just taking a conditional in order to sell off the property. So he doesn't want to sell it. So I think the circumstances of it's part of the working farm, and the removal of the condition allows a member of the family to occupy it. Is compelling to him.
So it's a unique personal and physical situation.
Sorry, yeah, okay. I just say that's the bit that's really helpful, because that then also helps your officers in determining the conditions that will restrict or dictate how it can be used going forwards over those 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're all clear then. So we're going to vote for.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I understand it, Chair, the reason is that in this case, the properties are an integral part of the working farm, and the intention of the owner is not to sell properties on due to the relationship with the farm, and also provides accommodation for a family member.
Because it.
No, because in there. Thank you.
So we're voting for temporary consent. So all in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's unanimous, Chair.
Temporary consent has been granted. It's called the one. We'll do a very another quick couple of break and then we're going to crack on through the 1 o'clock and up to 8. Application 80389 Blue Bay Upper Clay Park Malt O. So to Officer for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Thank you.
You have to be quite close.
That's quite close, right? This is 80389, erection 1 self-contained dwelling with associated parking and landscaping. This was deferred at the September committee. Members resolved at the committee on the 3rd of September, unanimous that the application be deferred for 2 cycles, for the applicant to submit additional information, including photo images, levels, cross sections, and how it sits in the natural landscape, and that the conservation officer be invited to attend the meeting of the committee to explain why the proposed dwelling did not fit in the landscape. The applicant submitted additional drawings on the 9th of October for further consideration. And the drawings that received a site context drawing. Yeah. And a second context drawing. As required, I can refer back to those when it gets to discussion if needed. Notwithstanding this additional information, the officer recommendation remains as previously set out, as can be read in the committee report. I didn't alter the report as such, the main body of the report, but I just want to add, as I did in September, that I mentioned the word protected landscape, and it should have read national landscape. The landscape is protected, just the terminology. Since the publication of the report, 4 letters of support have been received by members. Would this be a good time for these letters to be read out?
We normally work.
Do it at the end.
Do it at the end. Do those letters at the end. Thank you. Thank you. So if I go through the slides, as was presented last time, here's the site outlined in red with the remainder of the ownership in blue, with the Blue Bay itself within the site to the west. This is an aerial image showing its situation within the conservation area, which is here. That's the site. See the conservation area outlined. Part of the application site with the access drive, with the garage to replace just out of shot, unfortunately, but the garage to the left of that part. This is the donor dwelling, so this is the Blue Bay itself. The access road runs west to east in front of Blue Bay. This is one of the views from the Esplanade that was shown last time, looking up towards Blue Bay. Blue Bay itself is there with the site there. Further back along the Esplanade, just taken further back. Again, this one is taken from the Esplanade as moving towards the Watersmeet and the conservation area character appraisal. This photograph taken from the character appraisal. I think what this shows is the diminishing density of development as it moves up the hillside. The existing block plan, which shows the garage that it is to replace to the western corner of the site. and the proposed block plan of the proposed dwelling. The proposed ground floor with the bedrooms to the ground floor with the garage, with a further bedroom and living area to the first floor, and the proposed roof plan. The southeast, the southwest elevations, and the northwest and north elevation. And I've returned that character appraisal, but I think a good place to move now is to invite the conservation officer, Colette, to come and present as required.
Thank you very much for inviting me this afternoon, sorry, members. I'm pleased to be able to be here and explain the reasoning behind the comments I made on this application. As a bit of background, I'll take you back to the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990, section 72(1), and I'll read this out. In the exercise of planning functions with respect to any buildings or other land in a conservation area, special attention shall be paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of that area. Next slide, please. The National Policy Framework, which is a much more recent document, also makes this point. Paragraph 210. In determining applications, local authorities should take account of C. The desirability of new development making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. That's quite important in respect to this application. 212. When considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, and a conservation area is a designated heritage asset, great weight shall be given to the asset's conservation. This is irrespective of whether any potential harm amounts to substantial harm, total loss, or less than substantial harm to its significance. So great weight is the important phrase in the NPPF in that paragraph. In respect to paragraph 215, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a heritage asset, which is the point I will make in relation to this proposal, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, and that is public, it's not private. Next slide, please. So the Woolacombe Conservation Area was appraised in 2009. And at that stage, the area around the bottom of Coombsgate Valley was added to the conservation area. Woolacombe is a very special place. Those of you that know it well will know that. It's very different to the other conservation areas in this district. And it is that specialness and that difference and that unique character that we're trying to preserve or enhance through the exercise of planning functions. And what this means is that when we have a planning application to consider, it is the duty to have special regard to preserving or enhancing those characteristics that make this particular place and this particular area special. So in relation to Woolacombe itself, excuse me, it's a typical Edwardian Victorian coastal resort town, and it is dominated by large stone houses and round hotel. The historic core, which is towards the middle of the village, was dwarfed and almost completely obscured by the stale, speculative development of the 19th and early 20th century. It's a very unique place in North Devon in that it is our little Holland resort, isn't it? And that in itself is part of its historic interest. And the very varied character of the buildings around is also part of that special character. 4.2, the setting of the town, backing an award-winning 3-mile stretch of sandy beach between a pair of rocky headlands with an undeveloped landscape running back along the sides of the valley inland, is a spectacular backdrop. This again is something that makes Woolacombe unique and a very special place. The architectural styles of the late 19th century are well represented in Woolacombe: Gothic revival, classical, Tudor revival, or the Renaissance. As such, it is a mixture of architectural styles executed to a high quality that give Woolacombe its special character,
combined with its setting and its planned layout, designed to make the most of impressive views and walks along the shoreline to the north of the historic core of the town. Again, emphasising the landscape setting of the town. Next slide, please. There are various character zones in Monacoom, obviously, as I've referred to the historic core of the main town, that's one, but also the northern area, which is Sharp Rock, Lower Play Park and Chapel Hill, is also a special character area of its own. Here you've got kind of later 20th century development, although obviously the Watersmeet Hotel's much earlier. But one of the very significant features of this is a very low density of buildings and the ability to be able to read the spectacular natural landscape through and around the buildings. So if you imagine you're from the top of Coomsgate Valley, you can read the form of the natural landscape going all the way down to Coomsgate Beach. And that kind of interrelation of the landscape, the topography and the beautiful scenery that makes the place so national landscape, and deservedly so, is very legible through the form of this development. It's a beautiful place, and that's why people want to live there. But as you'll see on the right-hand side, it does have development pressures. It's a beautiful place, so lots of people want to build their houses there. And 11.4 at the bottom, the relatively large amount of land associated with individual properties within the conservation area, especially along the Esplanade and also in the north of the town, presents another potential threat to the character of the area. The development of gap sites by building new properties on land formerly belonging to neighbouring properties can distort the sense of scale and setting, both for individual properties and eventually for entire streets. The extension outwards of existing properties also has the effect of filling up plot lots and reducing the spacing between properties, as well as altering the scale of the buildings. Such infill development must be controlled if the character of the detached houses and widely spaced streets of the conservation area is to be retained, particularly in terms of key views between buildings. And that really leads me to the nub of my issue with this particular proposal, in that, yes, it is one site within a larger conservation area, but as I've explained, it's the gaps between the houses, it's the sense of the landscape running through that actually gives Woolacombe its really special character. It would be an amazing place to build a house, of course it would, but if everybody built houses on the gaps between the buildings, you wouldn't have that special character, and that's why the layer of control really that's given by the designation as a conservation area has actually been effective so far in keeping and maintaining the character of Woolacombe as it is. There is a danger of the incremental build-up of development that character will be lost. And that really is the principle of my objection to this application. Next slide, please. So here, this is a view from the open land to the hillside at the top of Coomsgate Valley, and I think you can see here quite well the extent of green space around the site. Next slide, please. And here again, we have, just trying to identify the garage. This is the site here, this is the host dwelling, and this is the site here. This is actually from on the level of the Esplanade. Next slide. This is a view of the site from the road that leads towards it. You can see the garage, which is proposed to replace on the left-hand side. You can also see the extensive views of the Coomsgate Valley. Next slide. And this is the site with the garage again, which is going to be replaced on the left-hand side. Also, you get a sense in this one of the slope of the hillside running down. Next slide. So this is a comparison side by side. I did take as much care as was possible to get the scales the same. So you can see there a comparison of the garage with the proposed dwelling, and you can see that the garage has got approximately a 50 metre square floor area, and the house is approximately 10 times the size. It is 2 stories. I didn't do the cubic capacity, that's beyond my capabilities, I'm afraid, without CAD. But it is fairly plain to see that it's a very, very significant increase in built form. Okay, next slide. These again are two views side by side. I don't have the benefit of CAD, but it, you know, you should be able to compare the sizes of the two different buildings. Next one, please. And here again, we've got a view of the garage with a view of the house. Now, the duty really is to consider and pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the conservation area. In the case of this bit of the Orlicombe Conservation Area, part of the character and appearance, a very significant part, is the open spaces and the undeveloped and low density of development in the area. That's why it's special. The filling up of plots with additional buildings or with large extensions will cause incremental harm to that character. So therefore, I do not consider that this proposal either preserves or enhances the character or appearance of this part of the conservation area. So going back to paragraph 215 of the NPPF, if I do not consider that it preserves or enhances, I do consider that it causes a degree of harm. That degree of harm is less than substantial, in my view. It's not significant, it's not substantial harm, it's less than substantial, but that still does merit consideration, and that still has weight in decisions, certainly in appeal decisions that are taken by the inspectorate. And therefore, to balance against that harm, the public benefit, and I emphasise the word public, needs to be weighed in the balance, and you need to be satisfied that there is a balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's fine. I was just going to say thank you for that one and go back to our officer if my microphone works, which it doesn't. Oh, it does.
No, thank you for that. So next, the North Devon Coast National Landscape Partnership, Lewis Andrews would like to speak. You could listen.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I speak on behalf of the National Landscape this afternoon. Lewis Andrews, I'm a chartered planner. A lot of what I was going to say has been beautifully covered by the Conservation Officer. Just a couple of points. In the report on page 95, for some reason it's been put down as Linton and Lynmouth as opposed to the North Devon coast. So with respect to beautiful Linton, I'm not sure they're too bothered about Willicombe. Those are the comments you'll see under Linton Lynmouth are actually from North Devon Coast National Landscape. I'm not going to repeat them all because they're all set out there. What I would say is your national landscape is a finite resource. It's only a small slither of land. I said this 2 months ago with an application at Darracot, just outside Georgian. There's not a lot of it, and very lucky to have this national landscape here in North Devon and Torridge. Coupled with that, this is a conservation area as well. You've heard from the Conservation Officer about the duties there. So there's a double layer of protection. And apart from it being maybe a triple SI, it's got a lot of protection, this site. The national landscape is not just about the green spaces and the blue spaces and the coast. It's about protecting the hamlets and the beautiful villages that we have around there. And we heard about how Willicombe is a particularly special settlement, and we would agree with that. There's a lot of settlements along the coastal area which come under the National Landscape designation, and we're seeking to protect the built form as well as the green spaces and the coastal spaces as well. We align with what the Conservation Officer said about the design, but it's about the gaps as well. And this is why it's very, very particular to look at the way that the development, as it goes up the hill, it gets less and less. And it's very easy to say, well, the building will be part hidden behind this building, or you can't see it from the road. It's more than that. It is about the gaps as much as the built form as well. And there were some very good pictures that came up which do show that as the built form goes up and up away from the road, it becomes less and less. And if you start infilling within those larger gardens, it's going to make it more difficult to refuse them, but it's just going to diminish the character that we have at the moment. So it's not about, well, it'll be part hidden, it's okay. And finally, the national landscape, obviously there's a very robust set of policies in the local plan that seek to protect and enhance the national landscape. And as you know, recently the duty with national landscapes was reinforced considerably, where it says that development must seek to further the purpose of the national landscape. So brilliant that we've actually got that additional protection. So basically, with any development in national landscapes, if it is going to be approved, it's for members to justify how they seek, how they can say that development seeks to further the purpose of the protected landscape. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. My slides in, excuse me, 2 seconds. So following on from the presentations from the Conservation Officer and the National Landscape, just to quickly go over the planning matters of the application. So as we heard, the principal development, the site is within the development boundary of Woolacombe. So the principal residential development is acceptable in accordance with policy ST07. But given the council's not been able to identify that 5-year housing land supply, as we heard a couple of times this morning, paragraph 11D1 of the NPPF states that planning permission should be granted unless the application policies in the framework that protect assets of particular importance, such as the national landscape, provides a strong reason for refusing the development proposal. So therefore, the tilted balance is not engaged in this instance. So given the siting within the national landscape consideration and the conservation area, consideration of this application needs to be taken into account the new legislation, as Lewis Andrews has pointed out, that relevant authorities undertaking the function must seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty. This is a more active duty than the previous duty of regard, and any proposed development needs to show how it will further that purpose of the national landscape. So in acknowledgement of the comments raised by the conservation area and the National Landscape Partnership, concerns are raised, continue to be raised by officers, that development will result in the building of massing and appearance that would not respect the character and appearance of the locality. And as pointed out, the conservation area is predominantly characterised by pitched roof dwellings, relatively traditional proportions. In addition, the density of the conservation area decreases as you move higher up the hillside, where the building and plot ratios decrease, resulting in detachment of set large plots, as we've heard. The open space between them connect with the landscape. The spacious arrangement, where the topography of the landscape can be appreciated in longer range views, is considered a dominant characteristic of this area. So in having regard to this, it's recommended the proposed development by reason of its design, scale, appearance would not preserve and enhance the significance of the conservation of the designated heritage asset, or conserve and enhance the landscape character, natural beauty and special qualities of this part of the national landscape. Proposal is not considered to have positive impact on the designated landscape. and does not relate well to that nearby building and therefore result in an inappropriate form of development. Development will also not further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of this park and North Devon Coast natural landscape. So whilst we acknowledge the shortfall now at 5-year housing land supply, as detailed in the balanced map report, the adverse impacts of this development would outweigh any benefits, and officers recommend the application be refused on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a number of speakers. Of course, in support, we've got 5 people listed. There's 4 statements, but the first is Alan Green, who I believe is here. You've been patiently waiting. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're aware you've got 3 minutes and start when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Alan Green, the applicant and the owner of the Bayside in Morto, not Nottingham. First, I'd like to thank the committee members for all the positive comments and questions at the September meeting. Hopefully, all the additional information we provided answers your questions. If not, I'm more than happy to answer any you may have. I'd like to point out some key points. The property is predominantly hidden by Harold Lodge. As you can see in the photo, we outlined it in red, and it is unseen from most viewpoints in the area. It can't be seen above Harold Lodge and the Esplanade due to the topography of the landscape as shown on the drawing provided. It can't be seen from Kingsgate Beach, as you can see in the photos we sent you. Unlike our neighbour, Siam, which was Crow's Nest, which has been recently built on a jacked site and can be clearly seen from Kingsgate Beach photo. We provided 2 photos and location data and clearly shows Kingsgate Beach is not visible from the site location from either the ground floor or the first floor, which we've shown. Siam is approximately 55 metres from our property and is built on the same road, not around the corner, as previously stated. It sits at the same angle, looking towards Kingsgate Beach, as demonstrated in the aerial view we sent you. The viewing angles are almost identical and shows how close we are to Siam. To preempt any issues arising, we consulted with all the property owners on Upper Clay prior to the pre-applications and the full applications that were submitted, all of which were wholly supportive of the layout and the design proposals. A number of the neighbours supported letters of support, which we sent you copies of, which were not previously acknowledged at the last meeting. Our application is for a self-built passive house designed by a local architect, designed to cope with climate crisis and emergency. It goes beyond the Future Homes Standard, which comes into effect in December 26. It is important to us to use natural materials that sit harmoniously in the landscape rather than stand out like white render. We also feel a pitched roof would be more prominent. Both these issues were mentioned previously. Pitched roofs do not benefit the environment or increase biodiversity like green roofs do. Everything in this bill is there for a reason. There is nothing purely for aesthetics. The aesthetics and how the building sits in the landscape is hugely important to us as we've lived on this block for 5 years and love the location. This is why the design is very simple, understated, unlike all the others around us. We worked positively and proactively with the planning department throughout the whole process, but we've sadly found this onerous largely due to the overall lack of consistency in the decision making, most recently demonstrated with Siam.
Can you wind up, please?
This is difficult when you see a large number of similar schemes near us, or within the A1B and conservation area, which have had lots of objections and still been approved before, during, and after our applications. But I'd like to thank Morto Parish Council for unanimously approving our application. In light of other approved schemes and additional information we provided, I'd like to thank the committee and I kindly ask for your support and hopefully for our application. Thank you.
So, and there are 4 statements to be read out. Johnny Clark, Luke Mendon, Simon Lee and Kevin Gaskell.
That's correct, Chair. First one is from John Clark of Horryside Upper Clay Park, stating, I support this application for the following reasons. It will firstly improve Blue Bay by replacing an old derelict garage with an eco-friendly, well-built property sat into the hillside, which won't be seen from most viewpoints. I feel this will have a positive effect to the area. The second one from Luke Mendham from Harold Lodge. We were writing to commend the plan application for Blue Bay in Upper Clay Park, North. Our house is the nearest property to Blue Bay, located just in front and to the right, so we are directly affected by this development. We think that this application is an excellent proposal for a long-term sustainable development, which would enhance the area. The design is visually pleasing, while the building materials are sympathetic to the surroundings and will blend in well. The property is designed to be as environmentally friendly as possible, with close to zero carbon emissions. With global warming such a pressing issue, we think this is an excellent architectural blueprint, and we should be building as many buildings like this as possible. We also appreciate the applicants are full-time residents of the area and are committed to being good neighbours and working hard to benefit the whole community. The third letter is from Simon Lee from property known as Scion. I think the above application will be a very positive addition to Upper Clay Park and the local area. The proposed housing will be aesthetically very pleasing to the eye, not at all intrusive, and will blend beautifully into the surrounding landscape. Replacing a garage which currently is an eyesore. For once, a house that has been designed to take in the sea and beach views so that the occupants can feel connected to the beautiful scenery outside. And will build materials that are designed that will support climate change reversal and encourage others to do the same. Economically, after recent legislation changes related to second homes and holiday lets, the area is struggling, so any new house building project providing many jobs for local tradesmen should be actively encouraged as a counterbalance to negative impacts these changes are having on the local available jobs. The applicant is a good man who worked tirelessly for a number of years to remove the telephone and electric power poles in the area, which restricted views and were visually unattractive, and introduced high-speed fibre broadband for the betterment of the local residents and the economy here. And the final statement, Chair, is from Kevin Gaskell of 5 Gold Rock, stating, I'm writing to express my support for plan application number 80389. I believe this proposed development will be a pleasing and positive addition to the local area. The design and improvements outlined will enhance the character of the surroundings and contribute positively to the overall appearance of Upper Clay Park. Furthermore, the development will be well received locally, providing a welcome improvement that will benefit both residents and visitors. The environmental design of the proposed property is of very high standard and will make a positive input to fighting climate change. It demonstrates a thoughtful approach to the setting and will make a valuable contribution to the ongoing improvement of the area. For these reasons, I fully support the application and encourage the council to grant approval. Thank you, Chair.
Next with the agent, Christopher Wilkinson.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. I'm Chris Wilkinson of Avalon Planning and Heritage, speaking on behalf of the applicant in support of this application. The site lies within the development boundary of Woolcombe, designated as a local centre in the adopted local plan. Principle of residential development here is therefore not in question, as has been confirmed by the council through previous applications. The development will support the council's housing delivery in a sustainable location, and it's very much the intention of the applicant to build out the dwelling for the earliest opportunity. The character of this part of the conservation area has changed dramatically over recent years, such that it comprises dwellings of varying architectural styles, forms, scale and ages, with a number of modernised or new built dwellings having adopted a more contemporary design approach and features. This has been acknowledged by the Conservation Officer on a number of schemes locally. A similar pragmatic approach should therefore have been taken by officers on these current proposals. The contemporary design approach is entirely appropriate, suited to the conservation area and the elements that this coastal location can bring. It draws on regional and coastal influences with a refined and recessive material palette, which does not seek to imitate a predominant style, but sits alongside it as a high quality, interesting and well resolved design in its own right. The dwelling will also achieve Passive House certification, representing the highest standards of energy efficiency. In a climate emergency, such exemplary sustainability should be celebrated and supported. The flat roof design is a clear precedent locally, with recent approvals at nearby Sharp Rock, Piper's Pool, Siam and Foamby, again demonstrating the council's acceptance of this approach elsewhere. As you can see from the recently submitted context plans, the dwelling is carefully recessed into the hillside, positioned behind existing development such that it is largely hidden from view from the esplanade and is not visible at all from Goosegate Beach. It also preserves the important gaps between buildings that the conservation area appraisal identifies as the prevailing characteristics. Landscaping, window placement and the proportionate balcony with obscure glazing and louvres are proposed to balance views, daylight and privacy, delivering a high level of residential amenity whilst minimising external impact. Contrary to both the National Landscape and Conservation Office's comments, this generously sized plot is considered to comfortably accommodate the new dwelling. Combined, the footprints of the existing and proposed dwelling will account for just 15% of the overall plot, which is entirely commensurate with the density and grain of development in this part of Moorhome. The spacing and massing of the dwelling will thus ensure that the special qualities of conservation area, that of large detached dwellings and spacious plots with open spaces around and the national landscape are preserved, with generous space between buildings allowing the form of the landscape to be read behind. The proposal provides the opportunity to deliver much needed new homes appropriate to the site without giving rise to any landscape or heritage harm. We therefore ask the committee to support these proposals and grant planning permission subject to proposed conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Last but not least. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair, members. Just step back a bit. I actually pulled this application to the planning committee for three reasons. One was the ubiquitous 5-year land supply, which we've discussed, or you've discussed many times today already. The second one was the support, which I was told isn't really a material consideration, but the support from the very immediate neighbours, but also 100% support from the parish council. But thirdly, I think probably the most important is consistency of approach with your determinations. That there are several other designs of a similar nature in the immediate area that have been granted and built and are now being occupied. I'm not going on too much more because obviously it's all been outlined by the one side, the excellent reports by our officers and by the applicant and his agent. But the main reason obviously for the deferral was, I believe it was Councillor Walker recommended a deferral, was to look at the visual impact that this development would have. In my opinion, and it is my personal opinion, that impact has been mitigated in many respects by the materials chosen with the design, that they would blend in with the background of the wooded area that it's set in, and also the fact that it is set back from the main structure and into the hillside. So these are the points that you've got to take into consideration. I think the consistency of your determination and also whether the visual impact is sufficient to refuse it, considering the mitigation processes that have been put in place. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Did you want to respond? I did want to respond if you did. No, it's always a good point that councillor Wilkinson's raised and consistency of decision making and approach. But what we don't necessarily see when you see the end result is what was the background, what was previously there, what were the uses. And they can in some instances be very different. And we know about the fallback position of class 2 on agricultural, for example. And the same can apply for conversion of buildings and change of uses and if previous buildings were there. So just to reinforce that each site is on its own merits, and even if it would appear as though very similar houses, but here, there and everywhere, the backgrounds and the circumstances can be quite different. We've also had a strengthening of the national landscape, which has been stated by our officer in the report, and the burden is higher and that the purpose has to be furthered. So mitigation effectively doesn't go far enough in that particular respect. But I just wanted to clarify that back to you as best I could. So that moves us into questions from members.
Talks about public benefit. What is meant by public benefit?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. So public benefit would be, to give an example, something where the public sounds like public will benefit. So you're talking about, say, a social benefit, an economic, a truly economic benefit to the district or to the locality, not an individual benefit. So, okay.
Questions? Councillor Lane?
Am I assuming that in this instance, the floor area includes the garage through the property on the ground floor? Because you've got parking spaces beside it on the, say, original, a single garage, 24 square meters. But you're talking about the 92.8 square meters. Does that on the proposed?
Yeah. Yes.
Include the garage area as part of the.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at, sorry, Council, what we're looking at is the impact of the development with the scale. So we're looking at the built form. So we're talking about floor area comparisons with regard to the impact of the built form.
Yeah, but is that the size of the building with the garage?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think on page 98 of the report, it gives the garage as 25 square metres and the proposed house is 192.8.
Yes, existing garage is 24. That was put out as part of the dwelling in this new piece.
I would have included the
garage.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, thank you. I would have included that garage as part of the calculation.
And another point, because one of the speakers talked about the overall plot size in comparison with the rest of the rest of the area as being 15%. I accept that bit, but in actual fact, is small in comparison to size compared to the rest of it. Comment.
Councillor Lane, would you agree that the floor area is 8 times larger proposed than existing? Yeah. Thank you. Are there any more questions? We move into Councillor Booth.
Thank you. There's a sort of paradox here because the house is predominantly not visible from Esplanade and so on. And B, it's really worth looking at. It's a beautiful house which we're not going to see much of. I'd like to take issue with the idea or address the issue of the gaps, because I absolutely agree that the gaps are extremely important, but I don't see this particular development as compromising the gaps, as has been put before us earlier. It's replacing a garage, and I think the gaps are still acknowledged in that view. And I'd like to go back to Councillor Wilkinson's point that we are here to defer this for 2 cycles because of the question of visibility. And I think those issues have been addressed. I don't think there is any serious visibility problem with this proposal. And I do think we could argue that there are public benefits in that it is a beautifully designed addition to the housing stock, and it is a passive house. And the development of skills in building passive houses, I would say, is a public good.
Thank you very much. We deferred because we felt we didn't have the information to scrutinise, to see what was coming before us. So exactly, you're quite right in that respect. Councillor Knight, and then Councillor Lane, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to endorse what my colleague, Councillor Hill, has just said, because I concur that we wanted to know a little bit more about the contours and the sites from this plan and other areas around Woolacombe and Porto. So as such, we all received an email from the agent, Mr. Wilkinson, and that assuaged my doubt, if you like, in terms of visibility or aesthetics. I suppose anecdotally, having been brought up in Croyd and making that journey from Croyd to Barnstaple about 1,001 times, the house I was brought up in was bulldozed and became a condominium along with another dozen. The point I make is that these, despite being way beyond my wage bracket, are extremely attractive houses, eco houses, passive house standards. I am persuaded, out of respect for the deferential respect for the Conservation Officer and the National Landscape Guidelines, we've received information, and also all the work put into this application by our officers. I find this building to be an enhancement to the landscape. And I suppose I am persuaded by those arguments when considering how to vote on this issue. I'll continue to listen and think, so thank you.
Councillor Lane.
Thank you, Chairman. I like to look at the building as it stands, because it looks okay, will be in the as it stands. But when you actually look at it in the context of what is shown in the rest of roof areas, which to my mind, this is the only property where you've got a flat roof area. And I can understand the reason why that is, because I'm trying to lower the context of the building height down. But, you know, it looks nice looking building, but it doesn't actually respect the existing use or the existing buildings, which is in the area of what we're looking into. So I feel that it's probably should be, although it would be a bit more prominent, probably a pitch roof as opposed to a flat roof. That's all, Chairman. And don't be sold the fact that being a passive house, the reality is all houses have got to comply with building regulations, and that depending on how you want to improve that regulation, it's a personal choice about that, thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Yeah, Councillor Wilkinson was absolutely right. I did ask for this to be deferred, to be able to see it in its greater context. And thank you very much for the drawings. It's made quite a bit of difference to my thinking. I understand the issues with gap building, but there is still quite a distance from the next house, and I'm not sure it really would be visible from the esplanade and the beach. So I'm sort of thinking is that it wouldn't give that much, that the weight given to the views of the property from the designated points is not that much of an impact.
Thank you. And I'm just going to come back on some of the bits that Haywarth Booth mentioned, because they're important, and the gaps, and perhaps we will ask our officers to respond, because the significance of the harm is really key to this, and how that's interpreted, and we're certainly relying on said to a certain extent, and we do value that. That there's three things that stuck out to me in the letter that was sent to councillors. I think it was 2 days ago, but you would have received the letter from Avalon, I believe, was sent to everybody. One of the points was being that it's setting new standards for sustainable development in Devon. I don't actually think that's the case. It's continuing with high standards, and that's absolutely fine. That there is actually quite a lot of numerous examples of highly sustainable buildings in Devon, which is great, and this can be another one. In terms of minimising its impact, it talked about minimising its impact. Now, how you go about minimising impact when you multiply floors by a factor of 8, it is difficult, and their solution is to effectively dig it in and greenify it and offer good design. So that's an effective thing, isn't it? And there's been compliments about the design, which is great. So, and about extending the built envelope, and maybe that's something that Colette Hall can touch on. Landscape officer, because it is increasing the envelope, isn't it? It's a question of whether the benefit, as you pointed out, is the benefits could outweigh the harm, and the harm is less than significant. So I'm just kind of rounding off what you've said, but I would like to hear from Colette Hall and landscape officer, just to add some feedback to what's been said.
Thank you very much. Well, as you rightly say, at the moment, there's a single-storey, single-car garage, and the proposal is to replace it with a 2-storey, 3-bedroom house. Now, my calculations may not be accurate, hands up, they probably won't, but that is a big increase in size of the built form in an area where there isn't currently a large building. So inevitably, you can't hide a building of that size. I completely acknowledge the fact that it's been built into the hillside and the materials are recessive, yes, but even so, you can't disguise a 3-storey house in place of a single-storey garage. 2-storey house. The other point is in terms of views. Yes, if you stand in the viewpoint that the applicants have provided on the in their letter, which is actually taken from the conservation area appraisal, and it is one of the places provided, one of the examples quoted in that appraisal of places where you can have views of this hillside. There are, of course, lots of other places where you can see this hillside. You can walk around the National Landscape, the National Trust landscape to the rear. You can see it from many other places. I completely accept that you won't be able to see it from Queensgate Beach. That's fine. I'm not going to query that. Neither, if you stand in that particular viewpoint on the Esplanade, will you be able to see it in the views you've identified because it's hidden behind Harold Lodge? However, if you walk around, you will see it because the landscape is dynamic, people are dynamic, you move around a landscape, you will see it from far away, you will see it from close up. And because of that, you will perceive an increase in the built form in this particular part of the conservation area where the density is at present very low. And that's what makes it unique and special. And one house admittedly might not be a very significant, a hugely significant amount of harm, but it is incremental. And that is part of the issue. Does it preserve or enhance? My argument is it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've expressed that very clearly. I don't know if Lewis Andrews wishes to add to that.
No, Chair, I would. No, Chair, I would just be repeating what the conservation officer said. So, yeah, move on. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Heckley Booth.
Thank you. That was very valuable, but I do query the use of the word incremental. It doesn't have to be incremental. If giving permission for this particular thing with all its unique characteristics doesn't mean we want to see incremental gap filling. It certainly doesn't.
Councillor Knight.
Thank you. Another bite of the cherry. Great input from our experts, and consistency is something that my colleague mentioned earlier. And again, I have to go back to Croyd, because what's happening on Bagley Point there, which is just as stunning as that Mort Point Walk, is going ahead. And I said earlier that these properties are aesthetically extremely pleasing to the eye, and I do take your point, Chair, about the fact that there are hugely consistent high standards in North Devon crossover. I would say that to you, sir. But I don't see why this property, which, as I said, in my opinion, is aesthetically an improvement on that landscape, given what I'm looking at there, that garage. To my mind, it does tilt the balance, to use a phrase.
Mr. Prowse.
Chair, I supported last time the request for additional information to try to clarify its impact. I'm afraid I'm none the wiser. I've seen. And I mean, you're gonna pick me in the shin. I think we're a site visit. I think the only way you can actually judge this is to walk along the Esplanade and look up and then go and see the site. And the reason I've said that is on page 90 here, you've got a great big horrible retaining wall. I mean, a block retaining wall that would certainly take up one story. But I am struggling to judge its impact. And I think picking up Councillor Hayward-Booth's point about, the cumulative effect, I mean, I don't know how many, I mean, I do know that very well. My sister-in-law works in the hotel, manages the hotel, so, and I know the place very well. But the views change every few steps you take, and I think that's the collector point. I think it is an important application, and it's important for the applicant too that we give, to give it the full way. I think that it is worth our deferring it to go and look ourselves.
You're moving that as a motion.
I mean,
it looks like you've got a second.
I do this reluctantly, but I am struggling to know what, I've learned no more from the deferment, so I'm still in that position where I can't make my mind. And I think looking on site is the best way. And it may well be that the committee come back with the view that this isn't on, but then it certainly gives the applicant, the comfort that we've been to look ourselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Councillor Walker was first, and I believe you want to second that, but we'll wait for the microphone.
Yeah, I would second councillor Prouse's motion on the grounds that it's very, very difficult to see from a 2D perspective what is in 3D. And as you say, with the topography of the area, views change from step to step. So I think a site visit would be definitely the way forward, which hopefully then would put the planning committee in the give us the actual knowledge that we need to be able to make a proper decision on this.
So brilliant.
Right, thank you. I've sat here and obviously listened to what members have said, and I appreciate the guidance that can be given both by National Landscape and our Conservation Officer. As I say, this isn't the first time we've looked at this property, and as I say, I totally agree with what members have said. It is difficult, and I'm no expert by any means, to look at that plan and actually see how it fits within that area. We see the garage, which is there. We can look at the garage. We're looking at the drawings of the new development or the new house, whatever you want to call it. And that does not really give us a perspective as to how it will fit within that area. You've just mentioned it's 8 times bigger than what is there at the moment. No, to me, 8 times is a horrific figure. And with due respect, the only way we can actually put it into perspective, in my knowledge, as little as it is actually to visit and see it for ourselves. And then members will have the knowledge that they need in order to revisit this application. Thank you.
I think you've made your point clearly and knowledgeably. Thank you. And going back, I'm not sure entirely how many years. That may not want to remember on this one. Apologies. Okay. But we did do a site visit at Ocean Bay, so called the block of flats in the Liverpool next door that was approved. Remember?
Yes,
Now up on the hill on the right hand side, I can't remember, but we did a site visit. That was the point, to actually assess an infill site, and I would totally agree with it. So we've got a motion. Councillor Lane.
Can I just add another point? I think in context, you really need to look at the ridge heights between what exists and where the height would finish with the roof line, if that's the case, because to be honest with you, some of this building here as it stands will be set in the ground a fair bit. And so I think some context in finished roof height or floor length would be helpful as well. Thank you, Chairman.
It'd be useful to put some markers in, wouldn't it? And so we've actually got something to look at.
Yeah.
Carol Norman?
Yeah, we're working. No, you're not in trouble this time. I'm here to help. So it's just a bit of guidance really in terms of this, what we affectionately call the section 245 duty, because that is something that is relatively new to us. So when you're looking at other properties and other decisions, those properties would have been made with the previous duty in mind. And the difference between the two is that previously you just had to have regard to something. That's about considering something, bearing something in mind, having it on the edge of the table, looking at it. Whereas now you've got to seek to further. There's a proactiveness in relation to these applications within the national landscapes now. And it's got to seek to further that beauty, that character, that use of that landscape. We've talked a lot about visual appearance, but it's also about character. So when if you go to a site visit, if that's taken forward, then it's not just about what your eyes are seeing in terms of building heights, etc., etc. It's about what's there at the moment. It's undeveloped, it's untouched, it's conservation. So it's about that character of what that space is, as well as what you can see in terms of visualising it. So I think if you try and bear that in mind, then that might assist you, because that duty that we've got is a legal duty, and this is a robust one. So, and to give you some kind of context, and this is very, very difficult because, we don't often have a lot of these applications within the national landscapes that have tested that duty. But we have had an appeal recently in North Devon and Torridge where the planning inspectorate found, quite surprisingly, that a development would seek to further. And that development, if I remember correctly, was a structure that was very sympathetic to the surrounding landscape, whereas you've heard here from other officers that this isn't necessarily considered as harmonious. But also the use of that development was in relation to timber. So it was actually going to seek to further the landscape around it and the use and the character of that. So that might be helpful for you in terms of giving you some context around where that yardstick is for that duty.
Thank you. So we've got a motion second, so we need to be clear on. Reason is to defer for how many cycles? For a site visit?
You will, can you maybe change them?
We got Christmas. When can we practically do a site visit? In terms of organising it? There's going to have to be 2 cycles, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Need to ask the applicant to identify the parameters of the building to a certain extent. And, we're taking a point about, it's not just about the physicality of that, the erosion, loss of open space, impact of loss of open space, and significance of the impact. I mean, that's key. And Colette Hall's expressed her views clearly and knows the area extremely well, I'm sure.
And in terms of that cycle to defer, potentially if we say at least, because we have had situations where we've actually gone back, haven't we? Because we haven't been ready to then hear it fully again.
So could we say at least 2 then to cover us?
I think probably Tracy's more able to.
I think we could do it at the end of November. I mean, at the end of this month, but it's like too quick to organise a site visit further.
Yeah. January at the earliest, and then so it's going to be two cycles or more, or at least 2 cycles. Councillor Prowse. Yeah. To assess for our own eyes the significance of the impact in the conservation area and the national landscape. We better all be there. That's all.
As long as it fits in with her work schedule, could we possibly ask the conservation officer accompany us on the visit with knowledge of the area?
Thank you. So, I've got the hands up, so if we take the vote. On that? All in favour? That's everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Members will be on the agenda. We're looking at 2 very similar applications here, but we will have to consider members will have to consider each application separately. I will treat the presentation short and keep them very similar because of the nature of the applications. So what you are looking at here in terms of the first application is a change from 6 bed sits to 3 self-contained flats. And it's part of the wider Healthy Homes initiative going on in Ilfracombe. So all we're looking at here is the application site is this property here on Oxford Road, which is just off of the High Street in Ilfracombe, which is running east-west through the location plan there. And then when you look at that in terms of an aerial photograph, we have the building which we are looking at here. And our application site is towards the southern end of that building. And when you look at that building, quite a substantial building there for you. showing you all of the building in context along Oxford Grove. And what I was trying to explain to you a minute ago was we're looking at the existing elevations of the property. And as part of this scheme, the applicant is also looking to update the windows and doors as part of that, so that they do match the existing, but they will be replacements. And in terms of the existing layouts, this is the important key to this application, members, is at the moment, what you're looking at is a bed sit here, a bed sit here, a bed sit here, bed sit here, bed sit here, and a bed sit here. And those floor areas, at the moment, the smallest one is 20 metres squared. Whereas when you come forward now, if you get any new applications for a flat, you should be looking at least 37 metres square. So I think that puts in context, we're going from some substandard accommodation to something which is more appropriate for the community. So there we can see here what we'd be looking for on the ground floor will be a flat here, and the same on the second, on the first and second floors, more appropriate areas which meet the national minimum space standards for you. So if we just section drawing them, just to put that in a bit more of a context for you. So if we just draw back to our agenda report, here, the main issues we're going to be looking at is the principle of development. Obviously, what we're looking at is a site within the development boundary of Ilfracombe, therefore the principle of that development is acceptable to us. And we've also noted the change since the agenda was published in terms of the private housing land supply, but that does not materially alter the recommendation set out for you in this instance, as we discussed earlier in terms of that comment. So then moving on, looking at the other main issues we have to look at here in terms of design and heritage. In terms of design, the main change here is going to be external appearance, but that will not be materially different because we are still having the same ventilation details, windows and doors, the materials, and we're also coming forward some solar panels, which helps with the overall sustainability of the scheme. So therefore, we're looking at principally acceptable. Design and amenity is also, design and heritage are acceptable. And then if we go and look at amenity, we're in a residential area, proposed with Greenfield residential. We're looking to reduce that density, and that should free up some community tensions and look for an overall better scheme in terms of amenity, and that's set out in policy DM01 of the local plan. Moving on to ecology, members, ecological issues are considered to be acceptable, as are flood risk and drainage. In terms of highways, we're in a sustainable location here, so there is alternative methods of transport available, and in theory we are reducing the density, so therefore we should be having less pressure on the overall highway network and parking provision in the locality. So therefore, members, the conclusion before you as set out on page 126 of your agenda report is a recommendation of approval, subject to a number of planning conditions, given that we're having an overall betterment here, we feel, in terms of society. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions, members? Any questions? Councillor Knight, Councillor Lane.
Vicky, this is great, by the way. I'm really thrilled with the speed with it, which this has been put together. Are these flats, I suppose I'm referring to the next application as well, are they occupied at the moment?
At the moment, they are unoccupied. If I did not put it in the slideshow, but if you have a look at the agenda report, it does show you the quality of one of those flats, and it shows it unoccupied. It's on page 116 of your agenda report.
Yeah.
It's just an example of one of the quality of one of the units. Yeah, they are occupied at the moment.
And so if they're occupied by, this is very specific, I know that the apartments could well be equivalent to halving the accommodation numbers, but would the apartments be for two, if you like?
To meet the minimum space standards, it would be for one person.
But obviously, we also look at the quality of accommodation, 20 metres square accommodation with a bed in the corner, kitchen to one side is substandard. So I think we should be supporting the Healthy Homes project as set out in the agenda report.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lane.
I presume, because it's the same picture of both the applications, that is 36 and 38, is that right?
Yeah.
So it's, you talk about 6 units total. There's all, that 3 floors or 2 floors?
Three floors, councillor.
Okay, thank you. For the whole one, I mean.
Councillor Bishop. Question?
Yes. I just wanted to, hello? I just wanted to check the standard you're going to do. It's a retrofit effectively, isn't it? So I guess, are you going to try and achieve any sort of passive house standard or anything like that? You know anything?
Members.
There's something for building control to consider if it is necessary. It's not something.
You can't make that a condition.
I wouldn't think that'd be correct from them, given especially we're giving a retrofit, it's a conversion of such a building.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, there is a retrofit standard for passive house and it would be, it would be expensive and not impossible, but it's not, certainly not easy. So we can aim high, can't we?
We can.
Well, no, Councillor Williams, as ward member.
Right, thank you. Obviously, I'm an Ilfracombe Town Councillor as well as being North End District, as you are aware. I'm also chair of planning on Ilfracombe Town Council for my sins. And when this application was brought before our members, we were very supportive of it, which you would expect us to be. And I would like to thank NGDC for taking the initiative and actually under the Healthy Home Scheme purchasing this property, well, these properties, sorry. As members can see, they are in need of some upgrading. And I welcome the fact that it's going to actually be upgraded to be a larger area for accommodation. As our officer pointed out, these were originally very small units, 20 metres is, well, anyway, as I say, so I welcome the fact that this is going to be upgraded and provide much needed accommodation within Ilfracombe of a standard, and I hasten to add of a standard that will be very welcome. Oxford Grove is, as members may be aware, a large housing area. As you can see, it's on a gradient. So as you go up the hill, there are properties which unfortunately have been used for accommodation, and some of them are not of the standard that I would welcome, but that is my own personal, observations. And I look forward to seeing this rejuvenated and actually used by our residents who will, I'm sure, enjoy living in a much better environment. And I can only thank North End District Council for this. Thank you.
Would you care to move the officer's
recommendation? Am I able to do so?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, could I move the officer's recommendation? And I welcome this, as I already said. Thank you.
Second, please. Councillor Hughes. Unless anyone has anything to add, we'll take that to the vote. So this is application 80753. So all in favour? Is that everyone? Okay. Okay, that's great. You have anything to add on 80754?
No, Chair, I'll just give you a quick brief, if I can, just show we're fully aware of it. Same policy and context, members, in terms of the application for you to consider, and very much the same ethos in terms of layout and what is proposed, going from some very small units. In terms of this one, we are down to 14 square metres in one unit, back here. So I would say, again, members, ground floor is going to 2 flats, same on the first, same on the second. The recommendation is set out for you there in your agenda report, very much as the previous application. Thank you, Chair.
Can you just bring back that, slide, because there was areas written on it.
Sorry.
So the left hand, no, next one, please. Plans, next. Okay, so we've got 1 bedroom apartment, 45 square metres, 1 bed, 1 person. So that's only 5 metres below 2 person unit, so it's a good size, 1 person.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, yeah.
Councillor Williams?
Right, thank you, members. Can I, move the officer's recommendations on this one, please?
Seconded by, sorry, Chair needs to pay attention.
I don't know, I think.
Seconded by Councillor Walker. So all in favour? Super, thank you. Thank you very much. Are you on the next one?
No, it's half the next one. We've also got Sarah Jane, because she's something obviously, into Central Park. Sarah Jane?
Yes.
Yes.
Hanging around. So we're on application 80710. Oh, we will be very shortly. Terrace car park. Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is application 80710, for the engineering works to an embankment at Oxford Grove car park behind Adelaide Terrace. This is being brought to committee because MDC are the applicant and the landowner. So the main issue with this proposal is the balance between how the works would, what the appearance of the development will be, and public safety and heritage as well, due to the listed buildings nearby, all of those versus the potential perceived loss of parking as a result. So as an update for members since the report was written, we've received further comment from Heritage Conservation, from the parking team, and also agreement from the applicant to pre-commencement conditions, one of which is a construction management plan. Heritage Conservation have commented that they think that the proposal will not cause harm to the heritage asset. And the parking team have given more detail with regard to parking provision in Ilfracombe and more specifically the local area, which I think will be more appropriate if I come on to that later in this presentation. So moving on, this is the site. The red line boundary was amended, so the site notice was reposted accordingly. So as you can see, this is the Oxford Grove car park, or the western half of it. To the north, you have Adelaide Terrace, grade 2 listed row of terrace houses. The 2 properties shown here, highlighted on the screen here, are also listed. This is Oxford Grove. To the east, to the south is Oxford Park, and the open space adjacent to the car park there. And then to the western side is Summerland. Is that what it is? Summerland? I can't remember the name of the street specifically. I think it's Summerland Street. The gradient generally slopes downhill towards the north. So there is a steep gradient in the area. The main part of the car park where cars can park at the moment is fairly level, whereas this section here acts as a sort of ramp down to, that's at Springfield Road. So there are two retaining walls that are the sort of main feature of this proposal, but the works proposed to fix these retaining walls are not actually what requires planning permission in this case. What requires planning permission is the engineering works to regrade the bank of the lower wall, and also the timber fences that are proposed to be installed, as they are greater than 1 metre in height. So obviously the repairs to the retaining wall are important, however, do not require permission. But they themselves form as a sort of positive aspect to the character of the conservation area and the listed buildings nearby. So they are a sort of consideration, but they do not require permission, so it's something to think about. Anyway, this is the plan for the upper wall. The upper wall it's a stone wall, it's somewhat overgrown and has 4 small trees along it. The diagonal parking bays here are in the sort of upper tier of the car park, whereas this lower tier slopes gradually down to Springfield Road. So there's a retaining wall here and a grass embankment below. This is a cross section of the upper wall. So it shows as proposed. So it shows that you've got proposed repairs and maintenance of the retaining wall here. You put grass bank down to the sort of carriageway down here. This is the upper bit of the car park, and then the proposed timber fence. And then there's also these smaller crash barriers, which also don't require permission because they're too small, less than 1 metre in height. This is the proposed plan for the lower wall section. This is the area in which this embankment is going to be made more shallow. And the reason why it's going to be made more shallow is to decrease the load on the retaining wall, which goes along this section here, that holds the earth back from the alleyway here, which goes behind Adelaide Terrace. So the sort of shaded areas here are where there are damaged or failing areas of this retaining wall, which is quite old. Some of them are bulging, some of them are sort of leaning over in various ways. It requires maintenance. However, this part does not require permission, but this bit does. This would decrease the load on that retaining wall to ensure the safety of the residents who use this lane, the access of this lane, this usability of the lane, and also to protect the heritage asset behind. So this is the elevation as you're looking from the north, looking south at the embankment as it is proposed. There'll be a hedge along the top there, fences along either side. The retaining wall would be shortened and repaired with the embankment made more of a gradual slope down to decrease the load on that retaining wall, such that that retaining wall can be retained. Here's the sections of that area. So you can see the dotted line shows the existing sort of profile of the embankment, and the solid line is what is proposed. Here is some further details of the retaining wall. Again, it doesn't require permission, so it shouldn't really be a consideration here. And here is the timber fence proposed. So site photographs, this is the upper wall, looking up the sort of ramp section. You can see the grass embankment, the retaining wall, which is in fairly good condition, but it's starting to show areas where it's in a bit of disrepair due to the overgrowth and the trees that have been planted that have grown along that wall. This is it as viewed from the top, so you can see it's getting a bit overgrown, and this will need to be stripped back to preserve that wall. And this is again the upper wall, looking at the southern area of parking here. And this is the lower wall. So the what I anticipate to be the contentious issue here is this area of 18 parking bays will be removed to create a more gradual embankment down to the terraced, down towards the terrace properties behind. So this sort of concertinaed area fencing here has been closed off for 3 years. And it's starting to, as you can see, to be somewhat overgrown. This is it as viewed slightly earlier on. You can see how the gradient slopes up quite steeply, and we're nearly at sort of huge to height level, 2 stories high in comparison to the terraced properties behind the listed building here. So it is quite a steep embankment, and supporting that retaining wall was considered from the applicant to be quite important. And again, this is the closed off area of parking. So there's 18 bays in total along this road. And then finally, this is taken from the from one of the engineers' reports of the lower wall as viewed from the alleyway behind Adelaide Terrace. Excuse me. So I think it's important to set a sort of context. So this is a timeline of events along this row of 18 parking bays. So let's just say, so in December 98, there was a 20-year lease agreed with the residents of numbers 3, 4, 5, and 5, 6, and 7 Adelaide Terrace. So if I go back to Adelaide Terrace is here. This area in front of Adelaide Terrace is obviously curtilage listed and part of the setting of that listed building. So back in the late 90s, there was an agreement to reinstate some part of the lawn. I couldn't get complete details of what happened there, but there was an agreement to protect some parts of this lawn and reinstate some of that lawn. So to exchange parking to then move to this area, in which a 20-year lease was then set up between the council and those residents so that they could have access to parking spaces there. 18 spaces were essentially leased to Adelaide Terrace or those particular properties. 20-year agreement reviewed every 5 years. After about 10 years, the number of spaces was reduced by 7 to 11. In 2013, there seems to have not been a review on that 15th year. And on the 20th year, it seems to me, as far as I can understand it, that there was no review again, and the lease sort of continued on. So that's 7 years ago. In 2021, the area was inspected, and in 2022, the tenants were made aware. And since October 2022, the 18 spaces have been closed off. So that's potentially 11 used by Adelaide Terrace, and then another 7 open to the public. And the first notice was sent in December 2022, which there was no response to, as far as we understand it. And then the residents felt that they'd not received that notice. And the same process happened again in June, in which then the tenancy is now finished. So the residents no longer, nobody has access that those parking spaces are closed. So as I said before, not really using my notes, the main issue here is a balance between the appearance and character of the area in terms of design and appearance, its impact on the heritage setting and the heritage assets behind that area, and preserving those, the interests of those heritage assets. Public safety, in that this is a imminent danger to users of the alleyway behind or the listed buildings behind as well, which is an amenity issue as far as I consider it. And all of that versus the parking issue, as I've just sort of highlighted, discussed. So in terms of design and appearance, what we have at the moment is quite an overgrown area. The proposal would help to tidy that area up and open the setting up a little bit. In terms of the appearance of parking bays versus the appearance of hedges and lawns, I would say that there is a slight betterment on what's there existing. And it would open the setting up to the rear of the listed building. It would also be part of, it would facilitate the preservation of those retaining walls, which do contribute positively to the heritage character of the conservation area. Allowing the site to continue to be overgrown would eventually degrade those retaining walls, which could cause issues going forward. And obviously the failure of the embankment could also lead to damage to those heritage assets of Adelaide Terrace. So it's considered there would be a betterment in terms of design and appearance and heritage assets in accordance with design and heritage policies. In terms of amenity, there's an imminent potential for the embankment to fail and causing damage to people and property. So the development would be an enhancement to public safety. So positive in terms of amenity. The application has gone through statutory B&G requirements. There would be a 10% uplift in terms of biodiversity net gain, which can be secured by condition. And the only issue really is in terms of parking, is how it is viewed. So I've already gone through the sort of timeline of events. So there has been objection received from two members, I think 2 or 3 members of residents of Adelaide Terrace who have raised concern that this appears to them to be a loss of parking. It's a tricky one because while I do sympathise with them, they did have an agreement that should have expired in 2018, but did continue to go on until 2022 when use of the site is no longer possible. The site's now closed off to decrease that load on the retaining wall because we don't want to add 18 cars to that area. That's why it's been closed off for safety reasons. We have received comment from our parking team saying that aside from in the summer when Ilfracombe is very, very busy with visitors, outside of peak season, it's considered that there is ample parking in the area for local residents in the winter months. Currently 27 of the 39-40 remaining spaces in the car park are used by permit holders. Apparently there is a waiting list, and it's considered by the applicant and the parking team that they are within their rights to apply for a permit to park in the local area, like everyone else. DMO6, the parking policy that we have, as well as the MPPF, doesn't really have any stance on loss or removal of parking. This proposal would obviously result in a loss of parking. However, there isn't really a statement within the local plan regarding the removal of parking. Given that these spaces have been closed for 3 years, it's considered that we have to hypothetically compare this proposal against what else there could be, which would have the parking. And unfortunately, the applicant and the North Devon Council's position in this case would be a very costly endeavour to provide a structure that would be safe from failure and also provide those parking spaces. And this structure would probably likely be problematic in on itself due to the impact on the heritage setting, as well as B&G, which would be quite difficult to achieve given the nature of the site. So it's a case of weighing up using a bit of a common sense approach, weighing up the difference between creating an embankment where there isn't really a solution for parking in this current way, or having a very costly and unviable project that would potentially cause harm in other areas the site by virtue of loss of biodiversity or harm to the heritage setting. And it would obviously be a very significant endeavour that would be quite costly. And it's not been, other alternatives have been sought by the applicant. And this has been shown, the parallel parking have been explored. This again was not possible, not considered possible. So unfortunately, in this case, the proposal would cause a removal, or what could be seen as a removal of car parking spaces, but in its current form cannot be used anyway. Given the above and the protection of net residents and property required, and public safety on balance with loss of parking, that this balance is considered that the proposal, it should be supported, and therefore it is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Mr. Coombs?
See from this that there still is some car park in action there. If these improvements are not made, is there long-term running the risk that we can end up with everything not being able to access because of public safety?
In terms of the access to the car park?
Yes, so there is still some car park that exists there, isn't there?
Yes.
But if the retaining walls and stuff are not sorted, will we eventually lead to a risk of the whole of the car park being closed due to safety?
Potentially. There are some issues. The issues are more with the lower wall. Obviously, if there was to be a failure, that could potentially cause safety issues, and that would harm the access to the car park potentially. They haven't happened yet, so I have to consider it as being something that we should be forewarned rather than proceed to the rest of the car park. But access to the car park should be still achievable.
This should help any further risk of anything further.
Yes.
Thank you. I was receiving nods from distant public area about the risk. So you may please come in and explain a little bit in terms of that risk in the context, because I'm sure other members are going to raise the question about loss of car parking, and I think it's been covered as a cost.
Yeah,
Issue.
thank you, Chair. I mean, I am not an engineer, so I am here representing the engineers that fall under my team, but they're unavailable today. But what I would say, having spoken to them, is exactly as Councillor Coombs has said, that there is a risk that if that failed, not only could it go as a terrace road, but could impact on that access way into the highway and therefore restrict that availability.
Thank you.
So Lane?
Just looking at the pictures on page 150, if you do it 18 parking spaces, it looks like you're driving into the parking spaces. Is that correct? Could you actually silk the parking spaces up along the edge of the road and reduce the parking spaces?
As I said, the applicant had explored installing parallel parking spaces along that upward road. That has not been possible. There's a requirement to maintain or retain a 5.5 metre wide carriageway. It's a two-way entrance and exit there. So unfortunately, this has been explored, and I did go to the applicant and say, can we do this? And they said, it's not possible.
Where you've got the fence in there now, the present, of course, that's the parking spaces, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Well, that won't affect the road as such, will it? Because the parking spaces is off the road. What I'm saying is, can you actually have parking spaces running parallel to the road? You have less parking spaces, but you have some parking spaces.
So the area which is fenced off, yes, is to become the edge of the road, and
so how far is the edge of the road going to end up?
Sorry, to be clear, the edge of the parking bays along, sorry, I'm pointing. This would become the edge of the carriageway and the slope, the grass and hedge embankment would commence from that point.
Who's can develop to the edge of the white landing, which starts.
That's correct, councillor, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to councillor Williams.
Right, thank you. Can I firstly thank the officer for making this a bit clearer? Obviously, I'm aware of the area and I've had various discussions with the residents and property owners in Adelaide. So, you've answered quite a few questions that I would have raised. Thank you very much. As I say, obviously, our main concern is safety. And I appreciate what you're saying about this. You know, at the end of the day, we would hate, and I'm sure I echo the sentiments, we would hate for any fatalities or any nasty injuries to occur. So I appreciate the reasoning behind this repairs. Obviously, the barriers, like you pointed out, are in place. They've been in place for a couple of years. So obviously, the issue with regards to the parking has not actually been in place. So I don't really envisage any further things. The only thing I would ask, am I able to ask a question? Will the residents that have lost, I appreciate the lease has expired, but will those residents be able to apply for a permit, or have they been given that alternative?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Right, lovely, thank you very much. Right, therefore I would ask members to accept the officer's recommendations and remove it, please.
Thank you. Can I look for a seconder? Councillor Bishop, go on. You want to add anything?
No.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think isn't it amazing how wild life takes over time? Such a short period of time. Brilliant. Biodiversity at best.
Yeah.
It's like Chernobyl, isn't it? It's the whole thing is an incredible wildlife. Sorry for my digression. Bishop likes chair of the main. So, no other comments, so we'll officer briefing, we should move by something about this, so will you take it? Thank you. Thank you. Application 8076. Item number 12, 5 lower arms houses with Hilton Street, Barnstaple. And this is before us. Was leave us involved in the. Building consent. Over to our officer, ready? Thank you.
So this is Josh's first presentation.
Welcome, John.
Thank you, Chair. So this is application 80762 for this is building consent for dismantling and reconstructing a chimney at 5 Lower Arms House in Pilton, and it is a Grade 2 listed building. It just updates the application since I wrote the report. So samples have been submitted by the agent. The heritage officer is content with the materials. So it is recommended, subject to the committee's decision, that condition 6 is reworded to read: the works to the external finishing of the chimney shall be carried out in accordance with the samples received by the local planning authority on the 23rd of October 2025. So this is just a location plan. So It is located within the Pilton Conservation Area, and it is accessed via Pilton Street. It's just an aerial photo. And this is a roof plan. So these elevation plans show what is being done to the chimney, what materials are being used. So the next slide is zoomed in just so it's easier to read. So the chimney pots are going to be reinstated, and if replacements are needed, appropriate replacements will be replacing them. The flaunching will be rebuilt using, I believe, brick and lime render. The coins are sandstone, and samples have been submitted. They're not here now because they're going to be used in the chimney reconstruction. Lime mortar will be used to match the original bedding mortar. Currently, it is in hard cement mortar that's been used, which Colette has identified, which is actually why the weathering has occurred. New lead flashings and new lead trays. So this is just a view from Pilton Street looking onto the site. And there's the chimney identified next to Lower 6 Arm House on the left, and 2 and 3 Arm House chimney on the right. Both of these have been done recently, which is why they look a lot newer compared to what's there. Yeah, so the materials that will be used are local slate stone for the body and sandstone coins. There you can see the current state of the chimney at 5 Lower Arm House. You can see there are some cracks forming, and it's just weathered significantly. And that is compared to what has been seen at 2 and 3 and 6 Lower Arm House. So this is just a summary of the Heritage and Conservation Officer's comments. Limestone mortar will be used, so it's seen as an enhancement to what is currently there, which complies with policy DMO7 and SC15, which states that an enhancement is, recommended. And then these are just the main considerations in the determination of the application. So the principle of the works proposed, the impact of the heritage asset and ecology. So no alterations or design changes are being introduced, and the scope is strictly limited to careful dismantling and reinstatement of the chimney. So these works are considered necessary maintenance rather than development. So it's just a continuation of responsible stewardship. The sustainability officer's comments can't rule out protected species, so condition 7 has been added just to comply with his comments. And yeah, it's seen that these works secure an enhancement to the existing heritage asset, and as such approval was recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Question?
I think it's fantastic that we are, not only are we making sure that our heritage assets are kept up to date, repaired as necessary, but repaired with the correct materials. I think this is really good. And I would like to move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you very much. For the second minute.
We that amendment to condition 6.
Yeah. So amendment to condition 6. So wording that will be.
Left it out and slide. Do you want that slide again? Do you want it to slide again? Slide again.
Okay. So that's
happy with including that wording.
Councillor Walker, checking, sorry, Councillor Williams. All in favour? Thank you very much. Members, this is my first time presenting at this committee, so, yeah, Gary to tell me, I'm perceivably the new lead South team. As you can see, this is the priority for the change of use of an existing agricultural building to create 2 dwellings, including building operations. The site is just outside Meshall, on a farmstead known as Beechnut Farm, shown there, the barn itself is in red, and the land ownership is in the blue. They've already had a glass cube conversion, which is well underway. You can see Meshall there to the north, and then there's a little red point on the map. That's where the barn is. That's the agricultural building to the left, which they're proposing to convert. That is inside the agricultural building. They do have a pet doing it's Christmas lunch. Here we have there's 2 plots. So this is the site plot plan. You can see plot 1 and plot 2. And then the barn next to it is already converted. The surrounding the barn is sort of a lean-to the west and a lean-to to the south, which will be removed. And then to the north, there's a couple of buildings which will be restricted by condition, so there can't be housing livestock, which could then cause problems in terms of noise, smell, and other associated nuisance. Here's the building there, so that's what it would look like if approved. And you can see the barn to be removed is outlined with red. I expect you've all read my report, so I'm not going to go through it in any real detail at all. The main planning considerations are those set out in class Q. Now, don't know how much you know about permitted development and not, so I don't know where to start. So I'm just going to treat you like you all know nothing, and then we'll go from there. Okay. So the permitted development order effectively grants planning permissions, and as long as you meet certain criteria. So when people say, I don't need planning permission for this 2-metre high fence, what they really mean is they don't need to apply for planning permission for this 2-metre high fence because it's already been granted by the permitted development order. In this case, you've seen my report, I go through the criterion and it turns out to be permitted development. Okay, so that's the starting point. Some points, for example, class Q and part 6, which relates to agricultural buildings, as a condition to permitted development, require a prior approval. So before they start works, they need to come to us for prior approval, which then we can discuss certain things. And in this case, it's highways, noise, contamination, flooding, design, external appearance, etc. You'll see in my report, I have no concerns with any of that, and I'm recommending approval, and I consider it permitted development. The application has to be heard at committee because the chairman is the agent. That's about it from me. Hopefully that covers. Actually, hold fire. I do have an update. Meshall Parish Council have no objection to this application. That was received after the writing of my committee report, so that's on the 30th of this month. No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? I think the key word here is conversion, not rebuild. Who's your thought?
Is it correct that you could tolerate 1 unit already in use here? Is it correct there's 1 unit already in use within this building? and you tolerate two additional ones?
So it's the building next door, so the.
It's a building.
Separate building, so, if you see on there, it says plot 1 and plot 2, and then just to the right. Look, it is small, I'll give you that. So this is an existing barn here.
Yeah.
That's been converted. And then there's a little gap, and then these are the two plots that are proposed, so there'd be a maximum of 3.
Okay, it's a separate barn, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just looking under the points, because you say it's a conversion of 2, but when you look at the top, page 200, the total number of dwelling houses, 3, but it's given us one, because one previously. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay, that's what it is, Jim, I think we. Is that the unauthorized?
No.
Building, they're building.
This building here, it was looking on aerial photography, it was an agricultural building a while ago. And it looks like they've replaced it in the last 4 or 5 years, probably even more recently than that. So it's slightly different as to where it is, and it's brand new. Might even be, is there any photos in the report?
That's it, isn't
That's
it?
it.
It's on page 194, it's got unauthorised adjacent barn.
That's it up there.
It's the possible.
Is that the one for the knowledge? After the.
So the one that says unauthorised adjacent barn, that's the one that's been rebuilt, and that has to be conditioned to be non-livestock. It's in their own insurance.
Any more questions?
I'll move approve it, Chairman.
You move, okay, second it. Thank you.
Those in favour?
I don't know, so. Thank you.
The race is sat there in the.
People want to go home, so I'm going to run really quickly through everything else. It's 4. So the first one, 800407, is for a PIP, which we'll recognise the PIP from this morning, and principal for up to 2 dwellings down to the south of Food Road, Broughton. So, as we know, it's limited to location, land use, and amount of development. The appeal site extends beyond the features of the open countryside, and it will be read and isolated. Proposals that apart from settlements, such as those that agreed that you've heard, not isolated, but it's not well related, it cannot be infilled. So for those reasons, in terms of it sort of not being sympathetic to the local landscape, as you can see from those photos, it is quite an open field. He felt that the benefits wouldn't outweigh the significant monetary harm in regards to sustainable development. So 80203 was a retrospective change in use from holiday to residential use at 9 Europa Park, Willowcombe. Again, we're really clear about policy DM18, aren't we? In terms of this morning, so I don't want to read those, but yeah, I mean, I guess the interesting part of the appeal was that evidence was submitted in regards to a nearby chalet, number 21, that had been marketed. But the inspector felt that actually there was very little detail on number 8 and how that marketing exercise was undertaken. In particular, I think there was little information about guide price. They didn't felt that there was that compelling evidence. They published a policy DM18.
Roper Park was built.
As a holiday, yeah. Absolutely, I'm sure that was taken into consideration, but again, it was this compelling evidence in terms of that marketing exercise. So 79999, Sorry, not really. I didn't write the policy. So this is a class Q, which again, Chris has outlined to you in terms of uplift development. This was, I think it met all the class Q criteria apart from the highway authority's concerns about the junction nearby. The inspector goes into lots of detail about looking at different ways of travelling, definite patterns, and he didn't feel that there was substantial harm to highway safety, as such he didn't feel there's any conflict with policy DMO5 or the local plan. So yeah, then it was a highway objection, and the inspector didn't feel that there was substantial harm allowed.
That is, oh, sorry, I was just going to ask, do you on a part Q, do you go automatically and ask the highways for their advice?
Well, I think on this one, this was one of Chloe Rossiter's, and she felt that the highway wasn't great. I think we'd also had some previous highway concerns on this site or the adjacent site. So that's why we went and spoke to Mr. Young, and then Mr. Young was like, you know, I'm recommending refusal. So that's kind of how it came about. But we know that the bar wasn't high enough in terms of that substantial safety, highway safety harm. And then this is quite an interesting one. So this is an enforcement appeal that was enforcement notice that was appealed. So for an erection of a timber building and gazebo structure. So the site is within national landscape, around sort of parts of it forms part of a smaller plots, all in different ownership in terms of woodland planting. So my inspection found it was reasonable to have a small building there for welfare purposes, storing tools, offering toilet facilities. Inside construction wasn't visible from public advantage, and it was quite small in nature with no electricity or lighting. And they actually looked at that sort of timber structure, and they felt that there was no harm in terms of the special qualities of the national landscape and heritage coast. So yeah, that again is that judgment in terms of that harm. Yeah, that's just hang on.
Now, right, okay. This is the, when we talked about the section 245 duty and the duty to seek to further, this is the appeal that I was talking about. So paragraph 19 is the one that will give you that extra information about what, in this case, they considered in relation to the National Landscapes Management Plan and how that went towards conserving and enhancing the landscape. Because the individual that was utilising the development would undertake activities to increase the size of the woodland as well as manage it sustainably over time. This would help to maintain and grow the woodland as a landscape feature as well as a habitat, which encourages the use by protected species and combats the effects of climate change. The retention of the building would therefore also result in an enhancement of the North Devon National Landscape and Heritage Coast. So that's the example of that duty in a practical sense.
But they didn't look at the building, they looked at it.
They did look at the type of the building as well in terms of how it looked.
So they focused on the activity with the.
The character, which is what we're talking about how it was going to be used. So actually the fact that that building was sited there, it was a very sympathetic visual appearance as well as the use of that building would, because it was involved in woodland, etc., it would actually encourage that landscape within which it sat.
And I guess for that would be public benefits for that.
Yeah.
Do I agree with it? Not necessarily, but it is a use for the building vision, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackmore. Item 15 is to consider site inspection, so we'll hear about an end of November site visit.
Yeah.
So once again.
Goodbye, slabs and all. That's quite true.
I was hoping Councillor Wilkinson would be teaching us. Yeah. Favourite venue. Just before we close, good to see Officer Poe, so
Yeah.
a new face, so
New
coming
benefits,
through, it shows that system works. And also Chloe Brady has been sitting at the back quietly observing. I understand she's in the principals, so welcome and. No.
Just the last.
Yeah, no, I hope you haven't been put off by proceedings tonight, and thank you, members and officers for sticking with us on another long meeting.